Audible Studios presents Polinka. Written by Vitali Sepeka. Narrated by Zara Bew. Those who spoil the porridge. Hello there. My name is Polinka. I am actually my mummy and daddy's child, but now I am my grandma and grandpa's. They brought me to live with them in the village for a few days. Here outside the city, the air is nice and clean. My mother explained that such fresh air is very healthy for me. In fact, I think everything that is good for me must be healthy. My age is the palm of my hand without one finger. I was curious when I first got here. I peered into the air and tried to see what made it cleaner and better than in the city. Not only could I not see the difference, but I could not see the air at all. How can you tell if something is clean or good if you cannot see it? Moreover, is there even such a thing as bad air? Adults always seem to make up things that I cannot understand. I was busy thinking about the air and the adults. I thought about them again and again, but then I stopped thinking. There were so many exciting things in the village. You can run in the kindergarten and play with the dog. It turned out that the dog could not play with dolls and wanted to chew them all the time. Who plays with dolls that way? I asked. My grandma explained that the dog was only 1 year old and still young, which is why he did not understand everything. I do not want to argue, because Grandma is an adult, but I think she is wrong. The dog is much bigger than I am, so he cannot only be 1. Grandma also told Grandpa to teach me good and helpful things. I was not happy about that. If you look carefully at the porridge, it is healthy, but it's not delicious. That is why I did not want to learn healthy things. Yes, Grandpa is good. Do you know how good he is? Very good. He told Grandma Larissa loudly and bravely that it was his sacred duty to teach his granddaughter harmful and wrong things, and to let her parents teach her what is good and healthy. I liked Grandpa's answer a lot because I don't know how to do anything wrong or harmful. I suddenly stopped running back and forth. I've stopped running in circles too, and just sat by Grandpa's side and waited for him to do his grandpa duty. Why aren't you playing? Grandpa asked after a while. I was already tired of sitting. I'm waiting for you to teach me bad things, I replied. I've been here since this morning, and I still do not know how to do anything wrong. Grandma glanced angrily at Grandpa, probably to make him feel ashamed. It was a reproach that pleased me, and I made an angry face. My grandpa laughed back and said that he felt like a blood relative. I was surprised. Blood is when you are hurt. I looked carefully at Grandpa's hands and then at my own. Grandpa's hands did not have any blood on them, and my fingers only had old scratches on them. Grandpa must have said that because he was an adult, and adults often say things that do not make sense. Do you like porridge? Grandpa asked in a whisper. No, I answered honestly, also in a whisper. I don't know why I said it so quietly. I wish the porridge did know how I felt about it. I will teach you to spoil porridge, Grandpa promised. I liked the beginning of learning how to spoil things very much. Grandpa got straight to the point. He was a great teacher. I even clapped my hands. Grandma said I am too skinny and that she will fatten me up with porridge. So, learning how to spoil it from day 1 is a great plan. We snuck into the kitchen. Before that, we'd had to wait for a moment for Grandma to come out of there. There was porridge boiling in the cooker. Grandpa took the lid off the pot and peeked inside. This is where the evil is cooking. I wanted to see the evil with my own eyes, too. Grandpa took me in his arms. Everything was boiling and bubbling in the pot. Bubbles rose from the top of the porridge. "It's okay," I said to the porridge. "Grandpa and I are going to spoil you." Grandpa explained that the most crucial thing in such an important matter is to find the ingredients. It's a complicated word. I cannot remember it. If I do, I'll tell you later. Grandad continued with his instructions. The next crucial thing to do is to distract the attention of the primary protector of the porridge. I mean, Grandma. Grandpa began to rummage through the shelves. "Where did they go?" Grandpa kept asking. "Where is she hiding them?" I, too, looked everywhere I could see from my height. I even got down on the floor and looked under the cabinets. There was no ink or anything there. "Oh," rejoiced Grandpa. "Found it." I jumped to my feet, but except for the empty bowls in Grandpa's hand, I didn't have time to see anything. I had an urgent, secret assignment. "Make sure Grandpa doesn't catch us," Grandpa spoke again in a whisper. "Not until I have everything I need to spoil the porridge." I slowly opened the door from the kitchen to peek through the crack. Grandma was nowhere in sight. Only the cat, Sophie, was licking herself, and she couldn't stop our spoiling. Grandpa rustled unhindered behind my back, filling plates with necessities. When Grandma returned to the kitchen, we were no longer there. Grandpa and I had managed to hide in the garage. There, we used a vice to crack walnuts. Grandpa made a crunch with the grip, and I caught the walnuts in the palm of my hands. When we ran out of whole walnuts, we started picking the kernels out of the shells. I wanted to eat some, but Grandpa told me not to. He explained that if I did, we might not have enough to spoil the porridge. I had to put up with it. We also washed raisins and dried apricots. Dried apricots are like apricots, only shriveled. Just so you know. In addition, raisins are born immediately shriveled, right out of the package. Grandpa was pleased. He told me that we had everything we needed to spoil the porridge. He also boasted that we were the best porridge spoilers in the world. We were doing such a great job. I was even proud of us. I ran to the kitchen to ask Grandma when the porridge would be ready. I decided not to talk about the fact that we would be spoiling the porridge and that my grandpa teaches me bad things. Grandma was very surprised. She knew I did not enjoy eating porridge. "Be patient a little longer, Bunny," she replied. "The porridge is ready. It just needs to cool down." Grandma sometimes calls me a little bunny and a little kitten. Therefore, we only have one bunny, which is me, and two kittens, Sophie and me again. Grandpa was waiting for me in a secret place. I told him everything I had learned. Grandpa clutched at his stomach and said he couldn't stand it any longer. He was so hungry. In addition, most of all, he wanted spoiled porridge. I listened to my stomach. It turned out that I also had a big appetite. I was hungry. I am ashamed to admit it, but I was even ready to settle for unspoiled porridge. My grandpa and I decided to head straight to the kitchen. We hid the bowls of nuts, raisins, and apricots on the vacant chair so that no one could see them from the table. Grandma would never see them. Then, Grandpa brought 2 spoons, a large one for himself and a smaller one for me. We immediately began our protest. We slammed our spoons on the table and called out, "Porridge, porridge, porridge." We had fun, but Kitty Sophie didn't like the strike. "Don't be scared, Sophie. You can learn how to protest." I tried to reassure her. Grandpa explained that when cats are hungry, they protest differently. They meow. We tried doing a cat protest. I meowed very similarly, but Grandpa's meowing was worse. I told him that. Then Grandpa suggested we try protesting like dogs, so we barked. Grandpa was good at it, and my barking was as loud as a puppy's. Grandma came over and asked why we were giving her a headache. Weird question. We didn't want to cause any headaches, just protest like dogs, because we wanted porridge. Grandma asked us to protest like fish, and in the meantime, she said she will bring us food. Grandpa and I were at a loss. Neither of us knew how fish protested. After all, they are silent and do not talk. They do not even hit the table with spoons. Grandpa calmed me down. He said he would come up with an answer to Grandma's tricks. Nevertheless, he did not have time. Grandma brought us 2 plates of porridge. And we want some juice too, Grandpa demanded. Grandma went back into the kitchen and Grandpa leaned over to me. Did you see my clever way of getting Grandma to go back out? Let us spoil the porridge quickly before she comes back. We did not waste any time. We generously sprinkled nuts, apricots, and raisins into the porridge. You have to stir it well, and then the porridge will be spoiled, Grandpa explained. He told me that you can spoil any flavourless food. You just need to know what with and how. I decided to investigate this crucial issue more thoroughly in due course. While Grandma got us some juice, we ate almost all the spoiled porridge. It was indeed much tastier than regular porridge. Wow, this is great! Grandma was amazed. Grandpa and I looked at each other and laughed. However, we did not admit that we had ruined her porridge. Grandpa leaned towards me again and whispered, "We still have something left to do to spoil the porridge. Let us ask for some more like fish." Grandpa, how can we ask like fish if fish do not talk? Grandpa explained that when fish ask for more, they swim around the table with empty plates. We quickly finished the rest of our porridge and swam silently around the table like real fish. Grandma could not understand what we were doing. "Grandma, don't you understand?" I questioned. "You asked us to protest like fish. We are fish that want more porridge, but cannot say it." "You are my bunnies," Grandma rejoiced. "We are not bunnies," Grandpa objected. "We are fish." "Shut up, you little Crucian carp." Grandma cut him off. "Fish do not talk." Grandma went to get more, and I asked Grandpa, "Grandpa, if you are a Crucian carp, then what kind of fish am I?" Grandpa asked me to wiggle my fins and twirl around. I waved my hands and circled him like a fish. "You are a silverfish." Grandpa made up his mind. All silverfish twirl like that. I'll make up a poem. A Crucian carp and a silverfish eat their porridge the whole dish. We began to have a lot of fun. We circled around the table and sang the rhyme. A Crucian carp and a silverfish eat their porridge the whole dish. Grandma came in with more porridge. She said she could not wait for Grandpa to grow up. "Are you not grown up yet?" I wondered. Grandpa replied that it was boring being an adult and that he would never grow up if he were me. I promised to have a think about such a big deal. Grandma went into the kitchen again. Grandpa and I spoiled the extra porridge with what we had left and quickly ate it. Grandpa was very pleased. He informed me that this was only the first success and that he would teach his silverfish many more wrong things. Grandma heard his words and gave him a very stern look. However, I could see that she was pleased that we'd eaten the porridge so well. She only pretends to be strict so that Grandpa doesn't spoil himself all the time. I also wanted to look at my Grandpa strictly. I thought and thought, but changed my mind. Better to laugh. Thief's Letter. Later, Grandpa asked me why I was not playing with the boy next door. I said that I had to walk along the street to get to him. Also, I think I must be too young to leave the yard. So my grandpa talked to the neighbour's grandpa. They talked and talked, then made a secret hole in the fence. They knocked out 2 planks and then fixed each board on the top with just 1 nail. It was easy to move the planks to the different sides. The neighbour's boy, our grandpas, and I could all get through the hole with ease. Our grandpas liked this hole so much that they went in and out of it several times. We invited our grandmas to try climbing between the boards, but for some reason they didn't want to. I climbed from one side to the other with Mikola. That is the neighbour's boy's name, too. It was fun. However, he didn't want to be friends and play with me because we showed each other how old we were with the palms of our hands. Mikola had a full palm, and I, like I told you, had 1 finger missing. Mikola just smirked and said he wouldn't play with me because I am small and a girl. He is not interested in me. I was offended. I did not say anything back to Mikola. Instead, I ran to my grandma. She explained to me that all men are the same. But he is only a boy, I tried to argue. Moreover, I asked, is Grandpa the same? Grandma said that the world has never seen anyone like Grandpa. I still didn't understand. Was this good or bad? I went out onto the porch to think. My grandpa came out of the porch while I was thinking. He watched me wrinkle my forehead with mental exertion for a while and then asked, "What are you thinking?" "I am thinking if the world has not seen the likes of you before, is that good or bad?" For some reason, Grandpa looked in the direction of the rooms where we could hear Grandma. He sighed, but then answered in the affirmative. "Of course it is good. I am special." I stopped straining to think and was very happy. I have a special grandpa. Moreover, Grandpa said that he had a good plan in mind for the boy who did not want to be friends with me. "You will see," Grandpa added. "Soon he will come to play with you himself." "What will it take, Grandpa?" I was getting excited. "First, you must write a thief's letter to that boy," Grandpa answered. "But I cannot write, Grandpa. I can't write a letter, least of all a thief's letter." Grandpa replied that because the boy didn't want to play with me, I needed to write this letter. He said that he'd help me because he needs to teach his granddaughter all the wrong things. Also, that a thief's letter is the worst thing that someone could get. I was very interested now, and I clapped my hands. "A letter isn't all," Grandpa cheered. "I'm also planning a very, very bad thing. Tonight, we will teach the neighbours a lesson." Ooh, the excitement took my breath away. So much thievery to do in a day. "What can we do, Grandpa?" Grandpa replied that I needed a good night's sleep during the day to have plenty of strength to do bad things, especially during this evening's theft. While I get my energy, Grandpa said that he will go to the shop and buy everything I need. I ran to my grandma so she could put me to bed quickly. Grandma was delighted that I wanted to sleep in the afternoon. However, when I said that Grandpa and I were going out to steal in the evening, she sighed heavily and got agitated for some reason. When I woke up, Grandpa was waiting for me in the arbour. There were pencils, a sheet of paper, a book, and 2 toy bows. The bows looked almost real, with arrows with suction cups on the tips. I wanted to play with the bow and arrow right away, but Grandpa objected. "We will get to the shooting later. First, you need to put on your battle clothes and write a thief's letter." Grandpa took a dark blue tracksuit out of the bag. He thought this colour suit would be perfect for a little girl thieving. Grandma came to see what we were doing. In her opinion, the colour was not sufficiently suitable for thieving. I said nothing because I have very little experience with stealing. I didn't know what sort of costume a thief would wear. "You do not understand anything," Grandpa replied. "In a costume like this, our Polinka will not be seen by anyone this evening." Grandma replied that nettles were crying for Grandpa's arse and added that she could not look at this outrage anymore. However, she did not go anywhere and still stayed with us. I was beginning to learn lots about mysterious female behavior by now, so I was not surprised. My grandma made me spin around in my thieves' clothes. She was amazed that Grandpa had guessed the right size. She and I were very happy about this. Especially me. I had never had a thief's tracksuit before, and I had never had anything to steal. Now that you're in your thieves' clothes, Grandpa ordered me, write a thief's letter. Grandma put a sheet of paper and pencils in front of me. Sit next to Polina, Grandpa said to Grandma. You will help her to look for the correct letters, and I will dictate. The book turned out to be an alphabet. In it, each letter had a drawing. It was easy to guess what the letter's name was. Then, all I had to do was draw one on the paper. It turned out not to be very hard to write. It was star after stalk, then deer, melon, and then there are many different letters. The Y didn't have a pattern like the other letters, but my grandma helped me with it. Generally, I hate bragging, but my letters were more artistic than the ones in the alphabet book. My grandpa and grandma complimented me a lot. My grandpa said that I should remember for the rest of my life that my first written word was villainous, and that I should be very proud of it. My grandma stopped smiling happily after his words. Instead, she looked at Grandpa sternly. I think such a look is probably a great feminine necessity. Grandma uses it all the time. I should learn to do it myself. Grandpa was affected by this look. He became focused again. He looked carefully at what I had written and ordered me to get another pencil for the next word. If you cannot read and write as well as I can, you should make sure that different colours separate the different words from each other. Then everyone will know where one word ends and the other begins. Little by little, I wrote a whole letter. Thieves' letter. Thieves will attack your garden. Tonight, tie up the dog. We were pleased with the letter. I had written thieves in black to make it scarier. My grandma added that the letter had to be signed, otherwise it would be impolite. I had to go through some more trouble. We signed the letter like this: Thieving Thieves. Kind. Grandma asked me to add the word kind so our neighbours would not be too scared. Grandpa grumbled that women do not understand anything about doing bad things, and then finally agreed. I asked Grandpa why we should rob our neighbour's garden when we have our own, to which Grandpa replied, Mikola, the boy who does not want to play with you, does not walk around our garden. Therefore, there is no choice. We must commit theft. In addition, we must be sure that our garden apples are much better than the neighbours'. Grandma sighed heavily again. She was not sure that our apples tasted better. At Grandpa's request, she brought us a rubber band for the money. We fastened the letter around a stone. Then Grandpa discreetly, but loudly, tipped it into the neighbour's yard. We secretly watched through the gap in the fence as Mikola's grandpa picked up the stone with our letter. Surprised, he looked around, but he didn't notice us. Then he threw away the stone and went into the house with the letter. Half the job is done, laughed my grandpa. Now we will learn how to shoot a bow. Grandma refused to take part in our silly amusement. I was surprised. How could such a thing be said about shooting with suction cups from a bow? Moreover, Grandpa was not surprised. He said that he had known Grandma for a long time, and that is why he bought only 2 bows. Grandpa gave me some chalk and asked me to draw a circle on the garage door. In the middle of the circle, I painted a smaller circle, and then a smaller one again. In the centre of the smallest circle, I put a dot. Today was my day for drawing. The circles didn't turn out to be too crooked. We started practicing archery. We had to get close enough to hit the circle. It was when our progress had become outstanding that Mikola's grandpa appeared. "We received a strange letter today," he began the conversation. "Do you know who planted it in our yard?" Grandpa and I laughed and said, in a friendly manner, that we did not know. "That is what I thought," Mikola's grandpa nodded. "But we have another problem. We cannot read letters. Do you have an alphabet, by any chance?" "How?" marveled my grandpa. "Mikola is a year older than Polinka and still cannot read. Our Polinka knows many letters, and tomorrow she's going to learn even more." I was pleased to be so clever. I was even a little proud of myself. Just a little bit. Mikola was sure to feel foolish about not wanting to be my friend now. I did not want to give him the alphabet, but Grandpa whispered to me that otherwise the neighbours would not read the letter, so I had to bring it. My grandpa wasted no time in asking his neighbour what apples ripened in his garden. Mikola's grandpa suspected nothing. Very confidently, he showed us which apples were ripe, which were delicious, and which were too early to pick. We were pleased with our conversation. It was very clever of us to learn which apples were ripe, so we would not have to try them and guess in the dark. We went straight to the arbour to draw up a plan of attack. I drew a line first. Grandpa complimented me and said that it was the neighbour's fence. On this line, we made a mark to show where the secret climbing door was. Next, we had to walk over to the fence to look at the neighbour's garden. We drew all the trees on the map. Then we circled the ripe ones. At Grandpa's request, I drew the paths from the secret door to the desired trees with small strokes. Grandpa praised me again for drawing the attack plan so well. He said that with this piece of paper, we wouldn't get lost, even in total darkness. To make the darkness come quicker, Grandpa and I decided to have another nap in bed, so we'd be ready for our future thievery. Attack on a neighbour's garden. When Grandpa woke me up, it was already dark outside the window. "It's time, Polinka," Grandpa said in a mysterious whisper. "We are in for some fun, unless of course we are caught and captured." I asked Grandpa what would happen if they captured us. Grandpa replied that would never happen and that I didn't have to worry about it. Except a little. Therefore, I was not very worried. Just a little. I dressed in my new costume, which would definitely be difficult to see in the dark. I felt like a grown-up. Grandpa dressed in dark jeans and a black shirt. Even Grandma, though she was against our intention, was dressed in a dark t-shirt and dark trousers. Grandpa had instructed her to cover the way if we made a heroic retreat. Moreover, if we got lost, to shine the torch to show us where the secret hole in the fence was. Grandma sighed heavily, but took the task seriously. She switched the torch on and off several times to see if it worked well enough. All three of us smeared our faces with soot. Grandpa explained that this was so no one could see us in the dark. It was the first time I had ever been allowed to get dirty. Usually, adults scolded me when I got dirty. Now they were even insisting. "Get dirty, granddaughter." It was very cool. I clapped my hands. At first, Grandma said that there was no way she would succumb to such foolishness. Grandpa told her that it was not stupidity, but a disguise. He said that if they captured us, Grandma would be ashamed for the rest of her life because she would be the only weak link in the otherwise beautifully exercised plan. Grandma did not want to be ashamed for the rest of her life, so she eventually masqueraded too. We stood in front of the big mirror, all in dark clothes, with dirty faces and hands. The real thieves. Grandpa took our picture. He explained that this was to make Mummy and Daddy proud of us. Grandma added that it was so my parents could see that they were teaching me bad things. Grandpa did not object. He added that he had only just begun to teach the child harmful usefulness. In addition, that he has grand plans for the future in this respect. Grandma sighed again. She often likes to let out a sigh, as I said before. Grandpa said that we should arm ourselves. Moreover, Grandma said that she had to get something from the kitchen. My grandpa and I took our bows and quivers of arrows. We hung everything comfortably behind our backs and put one dart in each of our bows. Grandpa was very pleased with our heroism of our appearance. We went again to the mirror to have our picture taken. Your father and mother will be so happy when they see what a thieving child they have. Grandpa could not get enough of how we looked. I was in complete agreement with him. Mummy and Daddy would be thrilled that their daughter was such a good thief. We had everything ready. We revisited the plan of attack. Then Grandma returned with a box tied with thin rope. I had never seen such an extraordinary female weapon before. What's in the box? I asked. A cake. We will hang it on the tree instead of the stolen apples, replied Grandpa. Why would we hang the cake on the tree? I wondered. Aren't we better off eating it ourselves? What do you mean, why? Grandpa asked. Have you forgotten that we are good thieves? Moreover, real good thieves always leave cakes or other goodies instead of stolen apples. I reluctantly agreed with Grandpa, but I still wanted to keep the cake. Even if, because of this, it means that I am nasty and harmful. I tried to sigh as hard as Grandma did. Nevertheless, I guess it did not come out quite as well. Grandpa did not change his mind. Grandpa could not be stopped at all anymore. He pulled the boards apart in the fence, got through on his own, and then helped me through the other side. You have to crawl, Grandpa whispered. It is more inconspicuous that way than walking upright. Crawl, Grandma scolded from behind the fence. Who will do the laundry later? You should be ashamed of your unfounded panic. Grandpa replied, and we crawled towards the right tree. It must have been uncomfortable for Grandpa to move like that. He had a cake in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other. However, he did not complain. We crept to the right apple tree. Grandpa whispered that we should check the plan. Otherwise, why else would I have drawn it so well? He took a piece of paper and a torch out of his pocket. Grandpa, won't we be exposed if we turn on the light? Even if we are, it's no big deal. The beauty of stealing is in the chase. When they chase us to capture us, it will be more interesting. Grandpa knew more about thievery than I did. Therefore, I was not going to object. I obediently held onto the plan paper while Grandpa directed the torch. This seems to be it. Grandpa was pleased. Who is there? Came Mikola's grandpa's voice from the house. Oh, it started, my grandpa rejoiced. He quickly turned off the torch and hid it with the plan in his pocket. I lurched behind him. I was a little scared. There is nobody here, my grandpa answered the question loudly. I was so surprised at this answer. If there was no one, then who would have spoken? No one is here, Mikola. I was surprised again that the grandpa next door had believed mine. Who is answering then if there is no one? I heard Mikola's question. Indeed, who answers us then if there is no one there? Asked the neighbour's grandpa. While the neighbours were pondering, my grandpa wasted no time. He crawled behind the trunk of an apple tree and rose up to his full height. Quickly, he whispered to me, climb on top of me. You must hook the cake on the branch so it does not fall. I quickly climbed onto my grandpa's neck. I had to leave the bow and arrow on the grass. Grandpa handed me the cake and shone the torch while I hooked the box with the loop on the branch. Who was shining the torch there? There was another shout from the grandpa next door. Now pluck the apple. Hurry up, Grandpa whispered to me. And then he answered the neighbour loudly. Nobody's light. There is someone there. Mikola did not believe us. Grandpa, it's the thieves from the letter. It cannot be, Mikola's grandpa exclaimed. We have to save our orchard. Hurry up and grab the apple, whispered my grandpa. There will be a chase. I quickly plucked the nearest apple and hastily hid it behind my belt to keep my hands free. "I've got it, Grandpa." "Well done," Grandpa complimented me as he set me down on the ground. "Now grab the bow. There is going to be a chase. We will shoot back." We seized our bows and instead of crawling, we rushed to the secret hole in the fence. "Here they are," exclaimed Mikola. "It is the thieves. Get them," his grandpa commanded. I squealed and my grandpa shouted, "Shoot!" He immediately shot at Mikola and his grandpa. Unfortunately, he did not hit either of them. "The thieves are armed," Mikola's grandpa cried. "Watch out!" They both stopped. I aimed at Mikola and missed too. My arrow hit my neighbor's grandpa. "Ouch!" Mikola's grandpa held his hand over the spot I'd hit. "Well done!" My grandpa was pleased with my accuracy. "Let's go! Quickly!" Grandma shone the torch for us, showing us where the secret hole was. She was also being very fussy and kept saying, "Uh-oh." She was so worried that someone would capture us. We quickly ran up to the fence. Grandma held up the boards to be sure we got through to our side unhindered. We all laughed together once we were safe. Back at the house, Grandma exclaimed that we dirtied my new tracksuit. However, Grandpa explained to her that I was no longer a child, but a good thief. In addition, that we should take some more pictures in such a great outfit so that my parents would be able to see and be so proud of their daughter, the good thief. Grandma did not mind taking pictures, but asked Grandpa to think carefully before sending such great shots to my parents. Grandpa thought, and then decided to only give these photos to my parents when they picked me up as a separate surprise. Grandma said that this was the first clever thought that Grandpa had had all day. I thought Grandma was wrong. Grandpa had had many great ideas that day. Visiting neighbours. In the morning, Mikola's grandpa, by the way, it turned out that his name was Grandpa Leonid, invited us in and treated us to tea and cake. Mikola sat opposite us and stared at Grandpa and me. "It's a strange thing," Grandpa Leonid told us. "Last night, a whole gang of thieves attacked our garden." I burst out laughing. My grandpa discreetly pinched me. I took a quick bite of a big piece of cake. It was awkward to laugh with my mouth full. However, no cake can prevent you from listening intently to someone. Such a helpful thing. "Really?" My grandpa acted surprised. Yes. The neighbouring grandpa confirmed his horror story. "They even shot me with a bow. A big arrow, like this," Mikola confirmed. He spread his arms as wide as he could. My grandpa and I looked at each other and almost laughed again. Our arrows were much smaller. "Oh my goodness," my grandpa pretended that he could not believe it. Aye. What is going on? What in the world is going on? I can assure you the arrow was even longer. Mikola's grandpa confirmed to my grandpa. It did not pierce me through though. Grandpa and I quickly stuffed another piece of cake into our mouths. We barely had the strength not to laugh. And that was not all. "Not all?" my grandpa asked with his mouth full. "What a horror." "I tell you," Grandpa Leonid affirmed, "that treacherous band of thieves left a cake in the tree. You're eating it now." "This one?" my grandpa asked. "Are we eating a thief's cake?" "Oh no." "This is the one," Mikola confirmed. They hung the cake in the highest branch. I took it down. "What a brave boy," my grandpa praised Mikola. "And what treacherous thieves roam the world. Such delicious cake, though." We could not chat with our neighbours and hold back our laughter for any longer. I could see that my grandpa could barely contain his laughter. Therefore, we explained that we were too afraid to eat cake from thieves, and that we had many urgent things to do, so must run home immediately. As we said goodbye, the hospitable neighbours handed over a piece of thieves' cake for my grandma Larissa. Mikola escorted us to the secret hole in the fence. Nevertheless, I said nothing to him. Would I, a proper thief, socialize with a simple boy? Ha! And ha again. It would serve him right for not wanting to be friends with me yesterday. Grandma tasted the cake and tea, listened to our story, and laughed. I have never tasted such delicious thieves' cake, especially since I baked it myself. She also looked at Grandpa differently, not strictly. Scary letter in response. At lunchtime, Grandpa taught me bad and harmful things again. We decided to spoil Grandma's bortsch with sour cream. If you have an artistic talent, you can draw a funny face or something on the bortsch. Grandpa wanted to draw a funny face, but he was not very good at it. I tried to draw a duck floating in the bortsch, but it turned out as a dog, and I named him Tosha. The only thing was, I had to ask Grandma for more because it was difficult to draw something new with sour cream on the spoilt bortsch. Suddenly, we heard a stone slamming down and then rolling along the pavement stones in the yard. We wanted to run out and see what it was, but Grandma got stern and said we should finish our bortsch first. Grandpa and I raced to see who could eat it fastest. Of course, I won. Grandpa admitted defeat and praised me. Moreover, Grandma scolded Grandpa for splattering the tablecloth. I'm not sure why. The splashes didn't even reach the middle of the table. There were only a few little splashes, so I don't think it's worth scolding him for that. After all, we were having a bortsch eating contest, not a regular lunch. Nevertheless, I didn't say anything to Grandma because I knew I was too young to interfere with Grandpa's parenting methods. Grandpa was able to stand up for himself. He replied to Grandma that she did not understand our thieves' business and that there were far more vital things than tablecloths. For example, he said that he had a great hunch that the stone had not just rolled down the paving stone. Grandma had no answer to that. She just sighed. I have said before, Grandma loves me more than anything else. In addition, she likes baking goodies, sighing, the harder the better, and scolding Grandpa for something. When we went outside, we immediately saw a stone wrapped in paper on the paving block by the porch. It looked exactly like the thieves' letter that we had used on the neighbours. Behind the fence, we noticed Mikola and his grandpa. They were peeping at us, trying to be inconspicuous. My grandpa whispered to me not to let on that we'd seen them. Bunny, Grandpa said to me loudly, so they could hear from over the fence. Look, there's rubbish here. Throw it in the rubbish bin. I wondered why Grandpa was saying it's rubbish. It was a letter. I did not understand. Don't throw it away, Mikola shouted from behind the fence. It's a letter. A letter? My grandpa asked again and winked at me. It was now clear why he was talking about rubbish. The neighbours had shown themselves. Grandpa, Leonid, and Mikola had to stop hiding. And from whom is this letter? My grandpa asked them. We do not know. Mikola's grandpa shrugged. Probably from thieves. Wow! My grandpa acted as if he was surprised. Is it really from the thieves themselves? Yes. Mikola made scary eyes. It is from them. From the thieves. Bring me that terrible letter, Polinka. Let us see what the thieves are writing. I picked up the stone with the letter and brought it to Grandpa. It seemed to me that it was yesterday's rubber band that was securing the paper around the stone. Grandpa unfolded the piece of paper. He took a closer look. Oh, he finally shrieked. I cannot read it without my glasses. You, Polinka, will have to read this terrible letter from the thieves. I can only write these letters, Grandpa. I cannot read them. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. If Grandpa says it's easy to read, then so be it. I will read it. At my young age, there's still a lot of things that I do not know if I'm good at. But I suddenly remembered that we lent the alphabet to our neighbours. Grandpa, there's a problem. We do not have the alphabet. We lent it to them. Indeed we did. "Neighbour, can you give us our alphabet back? We really want to read this dreadful letter." The neighbour sent his grandson to get the alphabet and then started up some shenanigans with my grandpa. First, he asked my grandpa where the trees with ripe apples were. Then he asked where my grandpa bought his bows and arrows from. Can you imagine? I later asked my grandpa why he was telling him all our secrets. Grandpa laughed and reassured me that we would outwit our neighbours anyway. He was that cunning. This only made me even more interested. Mikola brought my alphabet out. My grandpa and I went to the arbor and started reading the letter. I found a character in the alphabet, guessed the name from the picture, and read it. I had to remember one by one. We did it together. When we'd worked out many letters, we would have a whole word. Grandma called us in for something tasty to spoil, but we replied that we did not have time. Grandma was surprised and came over to help us read. She did not have her glasses either, therefore I had to read. Grandma helped me remember each letter until they made a whole word. My grandma called me Grandma and Grandpa's only hope. I was a little proud of myself. There was a reason for that. No one would have been able to read this dreadful thief's letter without me. Some of the letters I'd encountered a few times before, I remembered. Reading them became easy, and I got faster. I remembered star because it was the beginning of the letter. Moreover, shark came up a lot. This is what was in that terrible letter. Thieves' letter. We thieving thieves are going to rob your garden. Tie your dog up tightly. You, 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 you. Good thieving thieves. I asked my grandparents why there were so many yous in the letter. They thought some more, and then answered, to scare us. We all looked at each other. No one was scared. Grandpa even got a rush of courage from the letter. Moreover, Grandma said it was not the you letters that scared her the most. It was what else could we expect from Grandpa. I had no idea why she said this, for it was not Grandpa who had written the letter, but the neighbour's thieves. Grandpa laughed bravely at Grandma's words and told her that today he would teach his beloved granddaughter some nasty and harmful things again. He said, anyway, we'll be fighting with thieving thieves today, so everyone should go to bed to gain some strength. Grandma said that she already has the strength she needs for all the thieves, and that Grandpa will have some left over. Therefore, she said that she will stay in the arbor, sighing at her fate. Grandpa told me that the best way to help Grandma in her big job was to make us disappear as soon as possible. We hurried to bed. I hated sleeping during the day. Only small children sleep in the daytime. Nevertheless, we were not sleeping now. We were gaining strength before the attack on our garden, and that is a whole different thing. We gathered our strength, slept right up until supper time. At dinner, Grandpa taught me bad stuff again. We spoiled the cottage cheese with sultanas and sour cream. Grandma grumbled at Grandpa, but she was happy when we asked for more, because there were some raisins left on the plate. She complimented me. Grandpa did not, although we both ate more. I'd already learnt so many bad and harmful things, and I was starting to worry that I had become a bad girl. Grandpa laughed, a heartless laugh. Grandma hugged me and comforted me. She said that a little bit of Grandpa's foolishness would not spoil a pretty girl like me. At the same time, she looked at Grandpa sternly and promised that he would get a good beating. I too began to look at Grandpa with Grandma's stern gaze. I seemed to be getting quite stern too. Grandpa stopped laughing, jumped to his feet and clapped himself with his palm. What are we doing sitting here now? Our garden is in danger. I had the assignment of dressing up in my dark thieves sports suit again. It had just dried after the wash. Grandma sighed again, knowing that it would no doubt end up back in the wash soon. So that she would not get upset or feel left out, Grandpa ordered her to change into dark clothes too, and to find charcoal to smear on her face, and hands for discreetness. Grandma sighed again. Perhaps it was a sigh of relief. She seemed to be worrying about whether or not we would take her with us to defend the garden. "And I have a surprise for the thieves," Grandpa said cryptically. "I want a surprise too," I said. "How am I any worse than the thieves?" Grandpa admitted that I am no worse than the thieves. I am actually even better. But apparently the surprise would be something that the thieves will not like. He doesn't want to do such harm on his granddaughter. I became more interested, but Grandpa didn't explain anything else. Grandma sighed with a medium sigh and didn't say anything either. We went to get changed. Grandpa was waiting for us outside the bathroom. "Look, what a marvellous weapon I have made for using against the thieving thieves." Grandpa looked very happy. He was holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand. I did not understand, but my grandma clutched at her heart. "Oh no," she moaned. After her words, I liked the unknown weapon even more. Grandpa laughed and took us into the bathroom. "Look, Polinka, this is the best weapon against thieves. Even better than a bow and arrow." Grandpa pressed the bottle. A trickle of water squirted out of the little hole in the lid. I clapped my hands together. Grandpa was pleased that I liked the new weapon. He told Grandma that he wouldn't trust her with an important weapon, but that I had to try it. I didn't need telling twice. With vigor, I pressed the bottle. A trickle of water splashed straight out at Grandma. Grandma screamed, and Grandpa was pleased. He said he could tell how well I would do with the new weapon. Grandmother looked at Grandpa angrily. "I have a feeling," she said, "that tomorrow Grandpa will be cleaning the whole house." Grandad sighed, but his sigh was louder than Grandma's. I splashed the water from the bottle once more, not onto Grandma this time, but into the bathroom. Grandpa filled 2 crafty bottles to the brim with water. We went into the yard to hide. Grandma had to lurk elsewhere, by the porch. At Grandpa's command, she was to shine a torch at the thieves and bark loudly to scare them. Grandma had a new premonition that tomorrow, besides the house, Grandpa would be cleaning the garden. Grandpa replied that he did not care about Grandma's feelings as long as she barked loudly. Tomorrow, he said that he has important things to do on a fishing trip. Grandpa also complimented Grandma. He said that she had been good at barking all her life. I looked at Grandma with respect. "Grandma, will you teach me to bark?" I asked. "I will not let Grandma teach you bad things," Grandpa intervened. "It is my right and duty. The universe created Grandma for something else." "And what was Grandma made for?" I immediately had a new question. Grandpa looked at Grandma carefully and replied that he had no idea what grandmas were for, but that it was clear that teaching grandchildren anything wrong was not their duty. Grandma wanted to say something, but Grandpa informed her that it was time to hide behind the porch. He also gave her a bow and arrow to shoot back if the enemies went on the offensive. Grandma asked how she would be able to shoot with 2 hands and use the torch at the same time. Grandpa answered that she would have enough time to think about everything and that she was a big enough girl. Moreover, not to surrender in any way. "Now we have to smudge our faces for camouflage," Grandpa continued. Grandma objected, but Grandpa camouflaged her anyway. I masked Grandpa's face. Then he camouflaged my face. We looked very scary. Grandpa was so happy about it. It was very fun. Grandma stayed on the porch, and we went to the lawn. "We have to crawl," Grandpa whispered. "We must not be seen." We crawled across the grass and hid not far from the secret hole in the fence. It occurred to me that apart from cleaning the house and garden, Grandpa would also be washing clothes. Perhaps it is our feminine gift to be able to predict Grandpa's tomorrow. We hid well. Grandpa was happy. In dark clothes, we were not visible in the grass near the fence. We did not have to wait long. We heard cautious footsteps from the neighbours. The boards of the secret hole creaked. The thieves had crept into our garden. The taller thief pointed to an apple tree. "This way," he said to the shorter thief. I almost laughed. It was Mikola and his grandpa, Leonid. My grandpa barely had time to cover my mouth with the palm of his hand. "There is someone here," Mikola sounded worried. "Quiet, no one is here," answered his grandpa. "Come on, let's go and choose the tastiest apple." Mikola was holding an incomprehensible thing in his hand. I saw a bow and arrow in his grandpa's hand. It was exactly the same bow and arrow as the one we'd taken with us to do evil in their garden. The thieving neighbours got to the apple tree. I saw Mikola climb on his grandpa's back. They rummaged through the branches for a bit and then turned back. Mikola now had a bow and arrow in his hands, and the incomprehensible thing I'd seen at the beginning of their attack had disappeared. I was very interested in what they had left on the apple tree. I wanted to ask Grandpa, but did not have time. "Shine," my grandpa explained. "Bark." Our grandma popped out from behind the porch with her torch on. Maybe from excitement, or maybe from fright, she had forgotten to bark menacingly and loudly. But she was jumping up and down very funnily. The ray of light moved about in search of the thieves. The thieves themselves ran between the trees in panic. "Shoot!" shouted Grandpa Leonid to his grandson. He wasted no time himself. Either he shot my grandma first. Mikola aimed and shot too. My heroic grandma danced between the arrows, trying to catch the thieving neighbours in a light beam. She held a bow and arrow in her free hand, but she had forgotten about it and was not firing back. Maybe she had not had time to figure out how to shine and shoot simultaneously. I was afraid for my grandma. What if the arrow with the suction cup hit her? "Fire!" My grandpa exploded. Or should I say water, to Grandma, to the apple tree. I jumped to my feet. We started splashing water at Mikola and his grandpa. They froze in surprise and stopped firing their bows. People who stand like pillars are easy to aim at. I could see that I had hit Mikola hard. I laughed in joy and started aiming at his grandpa. "Run!" Grandpa Leonid exclaimed. "Ambush!" They ran towards the secret hole in the fence. Mikola was the first to get through. Grandpa Leonid bent down to climb after him. Nevertheless, we got him first. My grandpa managed to squirt a trickle of water on his arse, but I'd almost nothing to splash anymore. I'd spent a lot on Mikola. The wet thieves fled. Grandpa walked over to Grandma and hugged her. "You jumped between the arrows deftly," Grandpa said. "I'm proud of you." Grandma replied she had fun too. Nevertheless, the anticipation of him cleaning the house and garden remained with her. I told her about my feeling about him washing clothes too. Grandma looked down at my suit and said she was proud of my anticipations and me. Grandpa sighed. "Let's go and see what the neighbours have hidden in the tree." We walked over to the apple tree. Grandma shone her torch. There was a beautiful bouquet hanging on the branch. Grandpa lifted me above him. I carefully unhooked the flowers. "Here we are," Grandma said. "Our granddaughter is already being given flowers." She even let out a tear, just a little one. I know of many cases where tears can get things done. On the other hand, sometimes you have to cry just because you have to. I did not understand my grandma's reasons this time. The bouquet was pretty. The flowers smelled nice. I showed them to my grandma first, and then to my grandpa. Grandpa approved the bouquet, but said it would have been better if the thieves had hung a fishing rod from the branches. I think Grandpa was wrong in this case. We became friends. In the morning, Mikola and his grandpa came to us through the secret hole. We laughed together as we recalled recent incidents. My grandma also laughed and even promised to bake a cake, tastier than the previous thief's one. We rejoiced at this news. I told Mikola that I liked his bouquet very much. He replied that he had picked it himself from his grandma's flower bed. We became friends. My grandpa announced that as a token of our friendship, we should go and pick an apple from each orchard. Moreover, that we still needed to wait for my grandma's pie, but that it is possible to certify a friendship with apples first. I took Mikola to the apple tree that they had robbed last night. Mikola couldn't believe how low the apples were and laughed. It made me laugh too, that they had gone stealing without a torch. Laughing, we went back into the house. The grandpas loved that we were laughing. Grandpa Leonid said that it was unfair. We had picked apples in our garden, but not in theirs. He said that we should pick apples in their orchard too, and eat them up. My grandpa confirmed that this was correct, and that besides, it would be a long time before Grandma had cooked the pie. I told Mikola that picking apples was no fun. He asked, "How can you eat an apple if you do not pluck it from the branch?" "We have proper bows and arrows with suction cups," I replied. "We are going to knock the apples down with the arrows." The grandpas liked our idea. Grandpa Leonid said that while we were busy, he and my grandpa would play chess, and he would win more than once. My grandpa answered him, "Ha!" Then again, "Ha ha!" Mikola and his grandpa went for the bow, arrows, and chess. I went to look for my weapon. My grandma could not remember where my bow and arrow had gone after last night's adventures. Nevertheless, I was not angry with her, and even helped in the search. Mikola was already waiting. Grandpa entered the room. "What took you so long?" "Grandma says you put the bow and arrow on the dresser. Now we can't find them," I complained about my misfortune. "Grandmas," Grandpa shook his head. "They know nothing of war and thievery. Who puts weapons on a chest of drawers? They should be kept in the gun room." "You do not have a gun room," Granny was indignant. "But I have a workshop where I keep my tools. I have moved Polinka's bow and arrow there." "You old devil," Granny said indignantly again. "We have spent so much time looking for it, but you have quietly moved it somewhere else, and I've just been sitting on the porch." Grandma swung the rag at Grandpa angrily. Grandpa did not even blink an eye. "Is it just me, or does it smell like burnt pie?" he asked very calmly. Grandma shrieked, then groaned and ran into the kitchen. Grandpa went to the armory and got my bow and arrow. I went out into the courtyard, armed. Mikola's grandpa was going through the secret hole with the chess set. His wife must have moved them into the chess room, like my grandma, since it took him so long to find them. Mikola and I made our way into his garden. I showed him the thief's plan. Wow! Mikola was delighted. Just like pirates! Thanks to the dotted lines, we quickly found the right apple tree. "It's no fun knocking down the lower ones," I explained to Mikola. "I will shoot down the apples that are at the top." "And I will knock down the apples that are even higher," boasted my new friend. "Let's see who can shoot the highest apple first." We raced to load our bows and shoot the apples that were growing at the top of the tree. The apples did not want to come down. In addition, we soon ran out of arrows because they were all stuck in the branches. "That's all right," I said. "Our grandpas can help their grandchildren. They will be glad to climb the tree and find our arrows." "Let's go find them," Mikola offered and rushed to them first. I ran to the grandpas too. The grandpas played strangely. Grandpa Leonid was hiding chess pieces behind his back. I decided to help my grandpa win. "Black in his hand," I raised my hand. "And white in this one," Mikola decided to help in the game too. "The left one," my grandpa laughed. Grandpa Leonid, on the other hand, was unhappy for some reason. He asked us how we had managed so quickly with the apples. We told our sad and tragic story of our arrows being stuck in the branches. My grandpa laughed again. He said that the orchard and the tree branches belonged to Grandpa Leonid. Therefore, it was up to the owner of the apple tree to fetch the arrows. It also turned out that since yesterday, my grandpa is no longer a thief and no longer climbs into other people's apple trees. At least not today, he clarified. Grandpa Leonid replied that my grandpa had forgotten how to climb trees. Moreover, that he will climb when he needs to. My grandpa replied, "Ha ha!" Together, we all went to the right apple tree to express our delight at Grandpa Leonid's tree climbing skills. "Why the arrows so high up?" Mikola's grandpa asked when we reached the tree. We boasted that we had been competing to see who could shoot the highest apple. However, so far, neither of us had one because we were out of arrows. My grandpa praised us, but Mikola's grandpa seemed to look at us angrily. My grandpa helped Grandpa Leonid climb up the first branch. It was easier for him to climb from there. After a minute, the first arrow flew to the ground. I picked it up and hit the highest apple with my bow. The bow got stuck in the branches again. "Why did you do that?" Grandpa Leonid asked me. "I had just got it. If I shoot the first apple, I'm the winner," I explained to him. "Well done, Polinka." My grandpa was delighted. "Grandpa, now get it for me," Mikola demanded. "It's my turn to shoot." "Yes," my grandpa said. "Get the children's arrows one by one and sit in the branches." "No way!" Grandpa Leonid had stopped liking our competition. "I will get you the tastiest apples myself, but I will not let you shoot any more. I do not want to spend my life hanging on branches like an apple." Mikola's grandpa looked uncomfortable climbing up the apple tree with arrows in his hand. We hoped he would drop at least one. Nevertheless, Grandpa Leonid fully intended to spoil our competition. I expressed my suspicions to Mikola. My new friend thought about it and said it was even better to knock down apples with stones than arrows. We rushed off in search of rocks. When we got back to the tree, Grandpa Leonid was almost down. Mikola was the first to throw a stone at the top of the tree. I immediately threw mine. Only mine flew lower and hit Grandpa Leonid's leg a little. "Oh!" Mikola's grandpa exclaimed. "Why did you do that, baby?" asked my grandpa. I didn't have time to answer and apologize. Mikola's stone hit the apple at the top. The apple flew down and snagged a few more fruits on the way. They all went down with the rock. "Look out!" my grandpa exclaimed. Grandpa Leonid looked up to find out why he needed to be careful. Nevertheless, it was too late. A large apple hit him on the head. "Ouch!" Grandpa Leonid exclaimed again and grabbed his head with his free hand. He had forgotten that his other hand was holding the arrows. Grandpa Leonid waved his arms, but it did not help. He flopped down, right on top of my grandpa. "Ouch!" my grandpa exclaimed. "I am the winner!" Mikola exclaimed in joy. Then he saw what had happened and said the same thing. "Ouch!" I made my point to Mikola about running somewhere and hiding. I could see that Grandpa Leonid now wanted to fight and did not want to give us the arrows. We ran into my yard. We felt a little embarrassed that we had not asked our grandpas if they were in pain. "We should pick a healing plant and bring it to them," Mikola suggested. "When someone has a wound, they always cover it with a plant." "I know where it grows!" I was excited. "Let's run to pick it up." The healing plant grew near the kennel of our dog, Tusha. Mikola was afraid to go near it, but I was not. After all, it was a dog I knew well. I picked a handful of the plant, gave half to Mikola, and we ran to treat the grandpas. The grandpas had just hobbled over to the neighbor's house to sit on the bench. Grandpa Leonid limped a little more than mine did. "Grandpas," we shouted, "we should put this plant where it hurts." "We'll be putting it on your asses in a minute," grunted Grandpa Leonid. In addition, my grandpa said that we were good kids. We left the plant with the grandpas and ran off to play in the farthest corner of our garden. Pink elephants. Grandma's pie burnt, so Grandpa and I had to spoil the bortsch with sour cream discreetly. No drawings. Grandma was angry at Grandpa for moving the bow and arrow, causing her to forget about the oven. When Grandma came out of the kitchen, Grandpa was reflecting on how strange women are. When you throw things anywhere, they scold you. But when you put them back, they also scold you. I remembered my mother's words and explained them to Grandpa. This is just how mysterious we women are. Grandpa was very surprised at my answer. Grandma, who came in with juice for us, laughed when she heard it. She praised me very much for my excellent explanation. I hate to sleep during the day. Grandpa took me to bed, not to sleep, but to gain strength. That is a different matter altogether. Energy is what my young body needs. In addition, Grandpa promised to recommend a dream that I should watch. I asked him to tell me when we went into the bedroom, but Grandpa would not. A dream like that should only be told when you are in bed. I changed quickly, almost without Grandpa's help. I ducked under the covers. Tell me, Grandpa, quickly, immediately. What dream do I need to see? Grandpa leaned over to kiss me. Watch the dream about the pink elephants. The one where the elephants dance, throw their ears and shake their trunks funny. Are there such things as pink elephants? I wondered. In dreams, elephants can be anything you want. However, the pink ones are the most interesting to watch. I promised to watch the dream about the pink elephants and all the other episodes where there are elephants of other colours, and closed my eyes. I did have a dream about little pink elephants. They wiggled their ears funny, swung their trunks about, and stomped merrily to music. However, with so many legs, it is not at all comfortable to dance. It is easy for them to get confused. We humans are much more comfortable dancing. We have fewer legs. I love that dream. Grandpa told me later that when I was asleep, I laughed. Moreover, I remembered that I had a friend now. I wanted him to see such a nice dream and laugh too. Therefore, I decided to write a letter to Mikola. Only this time, my letter would not be a thief's letter, but a good one. If I already know how to write, why not use this skill? And by the time I would have finished my letter, it would be evening and time for Mikola to go to bed. Grandpa and I decided to write in my room. I laid out the alphabet, paper, and coloured pencils. I drew the pink elephant first. I didn't know how to paint the musical sounds yet, so my elephant danced silently. Moreover, in its trunk, it held a flower. Then, with Grandpa's help, I wrote the beginning of a letter. Good night. I explained the word I wanted to write to Grandpa. My Grandpa's job was to remember it and tell me which letter to write next. I would then find that letter in the alphabet and draw it very beautifully and artistically on the letter. Mikola came to play, but my grandma explained that we were writing a secret letter for him, so we could not meet. My friend got excited about the upcoming letter and ran home to wait. My grandpa and I wrote more. This is what we got. Good night, my friend Mikola. Be sure to watch a dream about Pink Elephant where he is dancing. I laughed. Then I watched it. Your friend Polinka. As you can see, it is a long letter. I was tired once I had written it. In addition, there was the drawing too. Grandpa and I were so happy. Grandma came over. She said that Mikola's grandma had called and asked about the letter because it was getting dark. Mikola was about to go to bed, but was waiting for a letter from me. We looked out of the window. The sun was no longer in the sky. It had taken us so long to do the letters. I will take the letter to him, I reassured Grandma, and I will be right back to watch the other dreams about the pink elephant because it is already dark and I'm tired. Grandma was delighted that I was sleeping so well today. I had to linger a little longer to explain the difference between sleeping and gaining strength. Grandma had to agree with me that there was a big difference. Nevertheless, she was as happy about me gaining strength as she was about me sleeping. I ran with the letter through the secret hole to Mikola's house. "Mikola!" I yelled at a high volume. "I brought you a letter." The door opened at once. "At last!" Mikola's grandma rejoiced. "We have been waiting for you." Grandpa Leonid said nothing. He was just sitting in an armchair with a bandaged leg. "Do you have enough plants?" I asked him. "I will get some more if you need it. There are plenty of them growing near Tosha's house." Grandpa Leonid replied that he had enough and didn't need any more. Hearing our voices, Mikola came running in. "Mikola!" I rejoiced. "I have written you an important letter. You just need to read it before going to bed." Mikola was so happy. He said that he had been waiting for this letter since dinner and would read it immediately. It seemed to me that Grandpa Leonid's leg was hurting. He glanced at his watch and grimaced. My grandparents rejoiced when I went to bed just in time to regain my strength while watching the new series of Pink Elephant Dreams. Mikola's grandparents, on the other hand, lost all hope of putting their grandson to bed after the receipt of my letter. Everything that happened next, I later learned from Mikola and my grandparents. Mikola wouldn't let anyone read my letter. He informed his family that he would read the letter from Polinka, his best friend, on his own. But his grandparents would have to be there to remember the characters that Mikola read until a word was revealed. Mikola's grandparents immediately found their glasses, even though when they received our thief letter, they couldn't find them. Mikola showed an iron will. He had been waiting for this letter for ages, since dinner, so he would not fall asleep until he had read it himself. And if he had to, he would write a reply. According to Mikola, his grandpa and grandma went pale when they heard the word reply. Stubborn Mikola admired the elephant I had drawn, and then went on to use the alphabet. His grandparents obediently memorized the first letter, G, the next one, then another. Sometime after midnight, they finished reading the letter. Only one thing was unclear. Who was where he? While Grandpa Leonid was racking his brains over the enigmatic word, Mikola's grandma went to get a dictionary. A dictionary is an alphabet that explains not only the letters, but all the words in the world. Unfortunately, it has no pictures. But even in there, they couldn't find an explanation for the cryptic word. Sleepy Mikola threw a little tantrum at his grandparents. His grandma threw a tantrum at his grandpa. Grandpa Leonid had no one to throw a tantrum at. He silently took the letter and went to my grandpa for help. Out of habit, he went to our house through the secret hole in the fence. First, Grandpa Leonid carefully pushed forward his injured bandaged leg. The neighbor had not considered that my grandpa would have let Tosha off his chain to guard the house overnight. The dog noticed Grandpa Leonid from afar and waited patiently near the fence. The dog viewed the neighbor's leg extended through the gap as an encroachment on his possession. Mikola's grandpa's scream woke the whole street up, except me, of course, because I was too busy watching another episode of the Pink Elephant Dreams. My grandpa ran with a stick to the fence, but saw just in time whose leg Tosha was biting. Therefore, he did not beat up his neighbour. He forced Tosha to unclench his jaws and tie him to a bench. Afterwards, in our house, both grandpas were trying to figure out where he was, and my grandma was cursing at them and at the same time trying to take care of the neighbour's wounds. "You wrote that letter together," Grandma grumbled. "Think back. What did you make up with the child? Who is this where he?" My grandpa wrinkled his forehead, but could not remember. "I talked about a pink elephant," he confessed. "About dancing, about ears, with trunks. However, I said nothing about where he. Not a word. It's the first time I've heard of him." The neighbour's grandpa said that it was after 2 in the morning and that he, and especially his wife, is not ironclad, and that everyone wanted to sleep. Moreover, that it is not healthy for his grandson to stay up this late. Therefore, my grandparent would have to wake me up to find out who this mysterious where he was. My grandparents were unanimous. No one would wake up their favourite little granddaughter. The neighbour's grandpa said that there was no way home for him now. His wife would not let him in without an answer about where he. Then my grandpa suggested that where he must be the name of one of the pink elephants. That is the only way to explain it to the neighbour's beloved but very stubborn grandson, Mikola. My grandpa guided Mikola's grandpa to the secret hole and let Tosha go back to guarding the house. Mikola told his grandparents that he thought it must be an elephant's name too. Nevertheless, contrary to his family's expectations, he did not go to sleep, as I had wished, but started to write a reply. His poor grandpa and grandma had to memorize the words and letters that Mikola intended to write down. He looked up the different letters in the alphabet and painstakingly traced them on the paper with different pencils. His grandma had time to treat Grandpa Leonid's wounds from Tosha's bites again and rebandage them, although my grandma had done it just as well and much earlier. Mikola handled the letter quickly. In just 2 hours, the answer was ready. "Friend Polinka, I'll be sure to hatch a dream about the elephant where he, good night, Mikola." Grandpa Lena's troubles did not end there. Mikola demanded that the letter be taken to Polinka immediately because she had wished him good night and he had not replied. He was worried that now Polinka would be sleeping restlessly and not as well as she could. Mikola's grandma asked with great annoyance if Mikola himself would fall asleep afterwards. Her beloved grandson solemnly promised to sleep soundly, but warned that he would watch from the window as Grandpa took it to Polinka. His grandpa was very reluctant to go to the neighbours again, but his grandma persuaded him with different words. Mikola's grandpa was forced, albeit reluctantly, to make his way to the secret hole. Mikola and his grandma watched as he pushed back the boards in the fence, putting his first healthy, rather than injured, leg and foot into the hole first this time. Tosha was waiting to ambush this time. Mikola's grandpa did not know that after the last time, my grandpa had untied the dog again. Again, from Grandpa Leonid's cry, the whole street woke up, except for me. I was still busy dreaming about the pink elephants. My grandpa popped out without a stick this time. He'd already learnt how Grandpa Leonid yelled. My grandpa told my neighbour to put his neck through first next time, because he would not let anyone sleep. Mikola's grandpa hardly said anything. More precisely, Mikola did not understand his grandpa's answer, and my grandpa still won't tell us what it was. It is a big secret between our grandpas. So, with some trouble, he eventually handed over the letter. Nevertheless, it was given to me later, when I'd woken up. Mikola made his grandparents happy when he let them tuck him into bed. His grandma treated and bandaged his grandpa's other leg, and only then did everyone in Mikola's house go to sleep, except for Grandpa Leonid, who suffered from insomnia and pain in his legs after the experience. Scandal. I woke up before everyone else the next morning. Such a good girl. Grandma refused to wake up, muttering through her sleep that Grandpa had a letter for me from Mikola. Grandpa did not want to wake up either, but I did everything I had learnt from my mummy. I tickled his heels, took his blanket and pillow, and called him the bunny that the toys are waiting for in the garden. I tested these methods many times. Usually, these methods work without fail. They worked on Grandpa too. Grandpa stopped pretending he wanted to sleep. We drank some milk and started reading the letter. I was surprised when I read about where he. It turned out that Mikola had not only watched my dream about the pink elephants, but had also met one of them. I was disappointed that I had not done the same in my dream. I was also surprised that in the letter, he wished himself a good night, not me. He wrote, "Good night, Mikola." I urgently needed a woman's advice. Grandma pretended to be asleep and was temporarily unable to help. Therefore, I asked Grandpa to call my mummy. Grandpa asked me not to tell Mummy that he was teaching me wrong and harmful things. He said that it should be a surprise for my mummy when I saw her. Besides, Grandpa had not had time to teach me everything yet. I asked my grandpa to remember what other wrong things he could teach me. I promised not to spoil the surprise for Mummy. Grandpa was satisfied with my answer. He pressed the right buttons on the phone. "Mummy, I urgently need a woman's advice on an important matter. A boy befriended me yesterday, and today he's getting to know my pink elephants in his dreams and wishing himself, not me, a good night." I immediately told her everything and asked her, what should I do in such an unfortunate case? My mummy replied that she missed me. She also said that in my case, I should make a scandal. That, my mummy said, is our sacred female responsibility. I promised Mummy that I would not let her or the entire female race down. After talking to Mummy, I asked Grandpa how I should handle a women's scandal because I had little experience there. Grandpa looked at me carefully and replied that the best thing to do was to bake a pie. The tastier the pie, the bigger the scandal. "Grandpa," I asked him, "will you help me bake a delicious scandal cake?" Grandpa replied that he could not help me with the scandal out of male solidarity. However, he would gladly help me to wake up Grandma. Grandpa warned me that the scandal was personal, so I should not tell my grandma the purpose of the pie. Otherwise, the scandal would be spoilt. We started to wake Grandma up, but she said that there was no way she was getting up to bake pies so early after a night like that. The scandal was on the verge of being ruined. The fulfillment of a woman's duty was in jeopardy. I was upset, maybe too upset, with tears. Grandpa remembered that we could buy cake or pie from the shop. I instantly changed my mind about being too upset. We dressed nicely, not thief-like, and went to the shop for a scandal pie. Before we got to the shop window, Grandpa asked me which scandal I wanted, a small, medium, or large one. I gave it some thought, then some more. "Grandpa," I said judiciously, "a little scandal is not worth the trouble. I think my feminine anger is even larger than the medium one. Let us buy the biggest scandal, so we do not have to shop twice." Grandpa was proud of me. He said that I had excellent female logic. "We want a great cake, the biggest one, my grandpa said to the sales clerk. They brought a big box out and unpacked it to show us the cake. I was so happy. The scandal looked both big and tasty. This time, we somehow managed to wake up Grandma. Together, we went secretly to the neighbours to make a fuss. Grandpa Leonard came out to us in a t-shirt and shorts. For some reason, both of his legs were bandaged. "Good afternoon, Grandpa Leonard," I said, a polite hello. "What's wrong with your other leg? Would you like me to fetch you a healing plant? The garden around Tosh's house has enough plants for many more wounds, for the legs. Moreover, for your hands and anything else." It seemed that the mention of our doggie made Grandpa Leonard wince strangely and turn a little pale. He replied that the plant and Tosha had already been enough for him that night. Then he asked when my parents were going to take me home. I reassured him, explaining that my grandpa had not taught me everything wrong yet. When he has taught me everything, I will miss my parents and start thinking about returning. Grandpa Leonard answered strangely. That is what I was afraid of. I didn't understand what he was afraid of. He probably knew how many bad and harmful things my grandpa knew. So he must have been worried about whether I would have time to learn everything. My grandpa said that we had come with a cake. Grandpa Leonard asked what evil we were up to this time. I did not have time to answer that it was a big, scandalous cake. Mikola's grandma came out and scolded Grandpa Leonard for not being hospitable. Therefore, he had to hobble over to the house to make tea. When Mikola joined us, the tea was already ready. We cut the big scandal into little scandals, but that did not stop me. I remembered my duty to the female family. "Mikola," I said so politely and courteously. "How could you meet where he without me in my dream of pink elephants?" Mikola was surprised. His grandma and grandpa were also amazed. In addition, Grandpa Leonard groaned at the word "where he" and rubbed his feet with his palms. I didn't understand why at all. "You were the one who wrote to me about the elephant where he," Mikola dared to justify himself. "I know from my mother that all men deceive girls." I knew that I definitely hadn't written about where he the elephant. Why would Mikola say such a thing? I got angry and even stomped my foot. Then I thought and stomped again, so everyone could see, in case anyone didn't understand that I was angry. Mikola still insisted on doing his own thing. He ran back to the house to get my letter and the alphabet. We all read together. "You see," I said to Mikola, "there is no elephant in my letter." "Yes, there is." The stubborn Mikola poked his finger at the sheet. "It says here about the elephant where he." My grandma laughed. "Polinka wrote where he dances. That is not the elephant's name. Polinka didn't separate the different words with a space." Mikola's grandpa and grandma looked at each other. Then Grandpa Leonard looked at his bandaged feet. "What kind of space?" Mikola and I asked together. "No spaces, but gaps." It turns out that adults had invented the distance between words to know when one word ends but another begins, because I did not understand such tricks. This had been a whole mess. We laughed for a long time, even Grandpa Leonard. However, I still remembered another reason for the scandal. Mikola had said good night to himself and not to me. I went to get his letter. "Mikola," I did a beautifully scandalous hands on my hips pose. "Why did you wish yourself a good night and not me in your letter?" "I was wishing you a good night." I stomped my foot. "How could you be when it says good night, Mikola?" "It's a signature," my grandpa laughed. "Every letter needs to be signed so the person reading it knows who wrote it." We laughed again, enjoyed the scandalous cake, and drank tea. I was pleased. I had done my duty as a woman. I had created a big scandal, even though it had not been Mikola's fault. In addition, the scandal itself was big, beautiful, and delicious. The way to the heart. Now I had a friend. I bragged to my grandma that Mikola and I were friends. Grandma, we are very, very good friends, even though he is a boy. Grandma said that this is very good. She also said that boys are good for something too. I said, "What are boys for?" Then Grandma replied that no one knew that. If you look at our grandpa, for example, he does more harm than good. There is a lot of work to do on the farm, but he is always busy with his fishing rods. I had no idea what harm fishing rods do, but I agreed with my grandma out of women's solidarity. I even learned to sigh heavily, as my grandma does. I think I already know how to do those heavy sighs. Grandma also said something very significant. The way to the heart of any boy is through his stomach. I did not understand this at all. Grandma explained that the better a boy is fed, the better he makes friends. I wondered, it would not hurt to be even better friends with Mikola. We have only just become friends. In my opinion, we are already good friends. And if we become even better friends, it will not make anyone worse off. On the contrary, it will make everyone feel better. Grandma, I said, help me with this way. Which way? Grandma did not immediately understand. From the stomach to the heart. I know how to make cakes out of sand, but we do not have a sandbox. Grandma agreed with me. If there is no way to make sand cakes for Mikola, I should make him a pie or just some edible food to strengthen our friendship. Grandma and I agreed that she would help me prepare the goodies and that I would teach her how to make pies and cakes as soon as we found a sandbox. Grandma acknowledged that this was a profitable exchange of knowledge and experience. I decided that I would not cook healthy stuff, but tasty stuff. We started making soup. Due to my age, I was not allowed to cut vegetables with a knife because it is a sharp, dangerous object. Therefore, we split up our duties. Grandma chopped up the groceries while I searched the kitchen for goodies for the soup. I found the main goodie in my pocket. It was candy. I unwrapped the wrapper, took a small bite to be sure it tasted good enough, and then threw most of the candy into the pot. The candy was small, and we didn't even need to cut it. My grandma asked me why I had done that. I had to explain that I was ready to share everything to strengthen my friendship with Mikola. My grandma had nothing to say to that, and set aside what she had already cut. Choose for yourself, she suggested, what needs to be thrown into the soup so that you and Mikola will like it. I began to select the necessities for the tasty soup. In my opinion, we did not need to chop onions. Potatoes are tasty, so we put plenty of them into the pot. We added just a small piece of carrot, but a few different varieties of apples for different flavours. I took only one leaf from the cabbage. Grandma wanted to cut it, but I explained that in cut form it was something strange. Dear Mikola would notice that we did not spare the largest cabbage leaf from the soup. In the fridge, I found a lot more goodies. Granny cut sausages into the soup, and I broke off a chunk of cheese. I threw the tomato in whole and let Grandma cut the cucumber into wedges. I only put half a lemon into the soup. I suddenly worried about whether Mikola liked sour things, so I threw in all the oranges. Everyone enjoys sweet things. I did not peel them, but my grandma reassured me that it would not spoil my soup. We decided not to use salt. It is not tasty. I asked my grandma not to spare the sugar, though. We cooked the soup from all the delicious things we had in the kitchen and the fridge. Grandma confessed that she had learnt a lot from me about making soup. I had not even shared my knowledge of sandcakes yet. As it turns out, I am a talented cook. Grandma decided that before treating Mikola to the soup, it was necessary to test it on other males who were not too sorry. The only other males we had were the dog, Tosha, and Grandpa. I felt sorry for both of them, although I didn't understand my grandmother's words. What is there to feel sorry for if they get to eat such a delicious soup? Grandma said that we should not give hot soup to a dog. Besides, a dog is a human's friend, so it's not good to test something on it. I went to get Grandpa, since he was the only one who had to pass the test. In addition, I asked him straight out, "Grandpa, do you want the tastiest soup in the world, or do you really, really want it?" Grandpa was taken aback by my question. He said that I had been talking to Grandma too much and that there was something fishy about my question. I reassured Grandpa that I made the soup myself and that Grandma only cut something up occasionally. Grandpa immediately stopped worrying. He just said, "That's different." He also said something strange, that he had lived enough and that it was time to go. Grandpa did not explain what "it was time" was. However, he told me the correct answer. He only now realized how much he wanted the tastiest soup in the world. He also asked if he could have it some other day instead of now. I had to explain to him that you should eat soup while it was hot. Grandpa calmed down completely. I took him by the hand and led him towards the house. Otherwise, as Grandpa would be slow, the soup would get cold and would not be hot enough for Mikola. I poured the soup into Grandpa's bowl myself. "I am sorry, Grandpa. I was a little embarrassed. There was only one orange in the soup and half lemon, even less. They are for Mikola. I will just put some potatoes, sausages, and cheese in yours." Grandpa was very concerned. Would there be enough soup left for Mikola? He even wanted to pour his portion from the plate back into the pot. Grandma and I checked that there was still enough soup. Grandpa had nothing to worry about at all. "Calm down, dear Grandpa," I assured him. "There is enough soup, not only for you and Mikola, but also for Grandpa Leonid. There are just not enough oranges, so that one is just for Mikola." I also expressed my regret that the dog is a friend of humans, so Tosha could not have any soup. Grandpa stopped worrying again. He only had a little, apparently out of male solidarity, because of Tosha, who was so unlucky. He sighed more heavily than Grandma usually did. He also asked her, for some reason, "If you poison all the men around here, what will you do?" My grandma told my grandpa not to be distracted by trivialities, not worthy of attention, because my clever granddaughter Polinka will surely think of something. Although I had no idea what they were talking about, I always tried not to disturb the adults when they praised me. Grandpa listened to Grandma and started to eat the soup. "Oh, it's delicious," he praised me. Nevertheless, I noticed that he was faking eating it. He must have been worried that Mikola wouldn't have enough delicious soup. I happened to have such a sensitive grandpa. He was worried that Mikola and I wouldn't become better friends. I sat across from him to watch closely. However, Grandpa glanced at his watch, exclaimed that he was running late, and ran off. I got upset. Moreover, Grandma became indignant. "Men, if anything happens, run away at once," she explained. "No responsibility for important matters." I wondered where and for how long Grandpa had run away. Grandma replied that it was not significant because she would get him out of the ground when needed. Since the only man in the house who could pass the test had absconded, I had to try the wonder soup myself. I took a bite of bread and scooped up a spoonful. The soup would not have increased my friendship with Mikola, but the opposite. Perhaps I should not have nibbled on the candy before throwing it into the pot. Alternatively, there was definitely not enough orange. I am not too experienced with some of the intricacies of cooking. I am experienced enough to cry. There is one crying type, making tears. This type is for when you need to get something from your parents when they are naughty and will not give you what you want. Then there are the actual tears. This time I cried real tears. Grandma stroked my head. No boy is worth crying over, Grandma said wisely. Otherwise, they will sit on your neck for the rest of your life. I pictured Mikola or even my grandpa around my neck. Moreover, I instantly realized that I would not like to walk down the street like this for the rest of my life. I almost stopped crying. My grandma also told me about female solidarity. It is when one person makes the soup and the other says she made it. I stopped crying altogether. Instead, I asked my grandma to be in solidarity with me. I went to get Mikola about an hour later. Mikola, I asked him, do you want to be better friends with me? Of course Mikola wanted to. I brought him into our kitchen. Mikola, I explained to him, males are strangely arranged. This means that it is better to be friends through the stomach. That is why you have to eat the delicious soup I made you. Mikola didn't know about any of this. However, he agreed. If it is necessary to eat the soup for us to have a better friendship, he replied, then I will eat it. There are real boys in the world, no matter what Grandma says. For being such a good boy, I put a spoonful of jam in Mikola's soup plate for more deliciousness. Moreover, he ate it all, not like my running grandpa. Mikola and I both felt that we were now even better friends. I even gave him my candy wrapper. Pirate treasure. The following morning, Grandpa was going fishing. I asked to go with him, but Grandpa said no. He said that I moved about too much for such a thing. I assured him that I could sit quietly and not move for as long as I wished. Then I froze. I did not even breathe or blink. Grandpa still did not believe me. He showed me his finger and wiggled it funnily. Of course, I could not resist such treachery and laughed. That is not fair, Grandpa. I became indignant. The fish cannot show me their fingers. Grandpa just grinned. He said he would take me digging for worms. As for actual fishing, I would have to learn about it for a few years before I can actually take up fishing. I had never shoveled worms before. I'd only seen them after the rain. Therefore, I willingly agreed and went off with Grandpa. Grandpa carried the shovel and entrusted me with a jar of worms. We went into the garden together. This is a good place, Grandpa decided, and poked the shovel into the ground. Grandpa, I asked, how do you know where the wormy place is? What place? Grandpa asked. Wormy? Wormy, I confirmed. The place where the worms are. Moreover, since you say that they are here, this place must be wormy. Grandpa gave me the shovel because he urgently needed to laugh. I put the can to one side and started digging myself. Of course, digging with a big shovel is inconvenient. If I had known earlier, I would have brought my shovel. It is small, and the worms are small. It is better to dig small worms with a small shovel, not with a bulky, uncomfortable one. If you dug up dragons, you need a big shovel. Maybe even a bigger one than this one. He laughed even more as I explained to my grandpa that shovels were good for what and why. After all, I was digging in the wormy place, but there were no worms in sight. Further proof that the shovel was too big for little worms. I looked at my grandpa reproachfully. Let him see that I was right to tell him what to dig with what. Suddenly the shovel clattered against something iron. What is it, Polinka? Grandpa asked. I don't know, Grandpa. Are there worms made of iron? Grandpa thought for a while and said that there were no iron worms. Fish would not like worms like that. Then he thought about it some more and made a suggestion. If not worms, then it must be pirate treasure. What is pirate treasure, Grandpa? Pirates bury their treasure in the ground, so it is hard to find. I looked at Grandpa incredulously. I've seen cartoons about pirates. Those people are one-legged and walk around with parrots on their shoulders. One-legged pirates, Grandpa? I asked. I do not know, Polinka. Maybe they are one-legged, but one-legged pirates bury more treasure. It is hard to carry valuables on one leg. I agreed with Grandpa. Of course, when a pirate only has one leg, it is hard to carry many heavy treasures. They still have to wave their sword and watch that their parrot doesn't fly away. I started digging more furiously. Grandpa wanted to help, but I did not give up the shovel. I was interested in digging up the pirate's treasure myself. Soon we saw the iron box. I rushed to dig it up. In addition, Grandpa used his palms to shovel out the excess soil. There were a few worms, but we did not pay any attention to them. We heard Mikola's voice in the neighbor's garden. "Mikola!" I shrieked. "Run to us! We have found a pirate's treasure!" Mikola ran fast, cautiously peering into our hole. "What made you think it was pirate treasure?" he asked incredulously. "What else?" I was surprised at his lack of insight. "It is the treasure of a one-legged pirate." It was hard for him to carry his jewels and swing his sword. Therefore, he buried them. Mikola looked into the hole again. My grandpa had just tucked the box away. "People hide tin foods in boxes like that," Mikola said. I explained to Mikola that he had not thought very well before he said that. There are no special jars or anything for pirate treasures, so pirates hide their valuables in whatever they can camouflage them. If they hide the treasure in a jar labelled treasure, everyone will guess what it is at once. Mikola must agree with me, because everyone knows that pirates are cunning, especially the one-legged one with the parrot. Grandpa took the box out and we looked at it. The container did not have any marks or inscriptions. Grandpa cut the lid off with a knife. Mikola and I held our breath. Inside lay a sheet of parchment paper, folded several times. Just the kind that Grandma uses when she bakes a cake. On one side, we saw a drawing of a skull and bones. "A pirate sign!" Mikola and I exclaimed at the same time. "Just like in a cartoon." Grandpa was very surprised. He looked around. "A pirate letter indeed. Where are the pirates?" he asked. "We are far away from the sea." "Grandpa," I explained, "ordinary pirates hide their treasures by the sea, but the cunning one-legged pirates with parrots hide their treasure far away from the shore, where no one will think to look for it." Grandpa agreed with me. He said that I was clever and that my words made everything clear. "There is something else inside." Mikola looked at it. We looked inside. We were so eager to see the treasure that we bumped heads. "Ouch!" I exclaimed. "Ow!" grimaced Mikola. My grandpa looked at us and grinned, though he was taller, so he did not bang his forehead against ours. He had just decided to groan to be involved. We looked into the box again, this time carefully, without banging our foreheads like last time. Inside was a strange plastic box, like a glasses box, only smaller. "What is it?" I whispered for the sake of mystery. Mikola spread out his hands. Grandpa said we would see. He turned the iron box upside down so that the incomprehensibly mysterious box fell into his palm. "Grandpa, let me open it." I wanted to open the pirate's treasure so much that I snatched the box from Grandpa's palm. I held the box with one hand and twisted the lid with the other. The box opened very easily. Inside we saw plastic sticks, like ice cream sticks, only not wooden, and they were smaller. There were so many sticks. I was sure treasures looked different to this, so I looked disappointedly up at Mikola and then at my grandpa. It's not treasure, Mikola concluded. It's a misunderstanding. It smells like a riddle in there, Grandpa said. Mikola and I sniffed the sticks. They did not smell like anything. Why did Grandpa say they smelt like a riddle if they were not scented? He did not even smell them himself. Grandpa, I said, smell them carefully. They do not smell like anything. Grandpa laughed. That is just what we say when something is mysterious. It's an expression, like Grandma, when she tells you that she smells trouble. Grandpa stopped laughing and turned around to see if Grandma was around. A little bit like that, Polinka, only more exciting. Much more exciting. Mikola and I clapped our hands and jumped for joy. I jumped higher than Mikola, by the way, but it doesn't matter. It's a pirate riddle, Grandpa explained. You have already seen that the pirate is cunning because he hid his treasure far from the sea. He must not want anyone to get a hold of his treasure. So, only the cleverest ones will be able to solve the riddle. Grandpa! Grandpa! I shouted. Are you clever? I am clever, Grandpa answered my question in the affirmative. But I don't have time. I'm in a hurry to fish. I know the fish are waiting for me, and clever children like you can figure out these pirate tricks without me. Now let's see what's written on this paper. Then we'll know what the sticks are for. Let's have a look, Grandpa. Mikola and I jumped and clapped our hands again. I won for a second time, in the height of our jumps, and also won in the loudness of the applause. I didn't tell Mikola about the competition, so he wouldn't get upset. Grandpa carefully unfolded the paper. We saw a lot of letters, arrows, and incomprehensible marks. Ah! Mikola exclaimed. I looked at the unknown marks and was sad. Perhaps I was not so clever. I knew the letters, and the arrows too, but some of the marks were unfamiliar to me. There was no way I could solve such a tricky pirate riddle. I wondered, should I cry at once with extreme sadness or wait a little longer? I thought a little longer and decided not to say that the pirate was more cunning than me. Read to us, dear Grandpa, what it says, I said. I can't, Polinka, Grandpa said sadly. I didn't bring my glasses. I'll fetch them. You don't have to run after them, Grandpa objected. I have no time to read. I must rush off to fish. Otherwise, I'll be late and the fish won't wait for me. Grandpa, I pleaded with all my might. Help us. We know the letters and we know the arrows, but there are marks that we don't understand at all. Not at all. Yes, Mikola agreed with me. We can read and write letters, but there are none of these signs in the alphabet. That's why you are worried? Grandpa wondered. That is nothing. The pirate did not expect his letter to fall into the hands of clever children. They're numbers. Letters are for writing, and numbers are for counting. We looked at Grandpa sadly. We didn't know how to count. When asked how old I was, I would always curl up one finger on my palm and show how old I was. Simple. Grandpa, learning to count is complicated and time-consuming. And we have to guess the riddle and find the pirate's treasure as fast as possible. It won't take long, and it is not hard at all, Grandpa protested. Learning to count is easy. I will teach you quickly and then go fishing. The fish I have arranged to catch will not wait long. They will swim away. You do not want Grandpa to miss the fish, do you? We did not want Grandpa to miss the fish, but we still did not believe that we could learn to count easily and quickly. Run for the alphabet, Grandpa commanded. Meet me in the arbor. I will write you an explanation of the numbers, and you will see how easy it is to learn to count. I didn't believe him, but there was nothing to do. Mikola and I ran for the alphabet. Grandma asked where I was off to in such a hurry. Grandma, I sighed. Better not to ask. I'm about to learn how to count numbers quickly, and I'm going to look for pirate's treasure. Granny sighed. That old pirate. Grandma, I wondered, how do you know he is old? All we know is that he is one-legged, cunning, has a parrot on his shoulder, and swings a sword. Grandma replied that she did not know a one-legged man, but she knew an old man that is cunning, without a sabre and without a parrot. I asked her to tell me about the pirate. Grandma waved her hand and then promised to explain next time. Since Grandma knew this pirate, she insisted that I change into a thief's costume, because apparently pirate riddle solvers all end up with dirty clothes. Of course, I was surprised by Grandma's familiarity with pirates. Unfortunately, there was no time to question or argue. I changed my clothes, grabbed the alphabet, and ran towards the arbor. I figured out why the pirate left those sticks behind, Grandpa told me when we were together again. Look! He showed us a piece of paper. There were incomprehensible notations on it, understandable letters and obscure lines. This is what Grandpa's piece of paper looked like. The number 1, the word 1, and 1 line. The number 2, the word 2, and 2 lines. The number 3, the word 3, and 3 lines. The number 4, the word 4, and 1 line and V. The number 5, the word 5, and 1 V. The number 6, the word 6, 1 V, and 1 line. The number 7, the word 7, 1 V, and 2 lines. The number 8, the word 8, 1 V, and 3 lines. The number 9, the word 9, 1 line and 1 X. I did not understand anything, but I remained silent. Moreover, Mikola did not seem to understand anything either. It's simple, Grandpa explained. If it says 3 or the marker 3, it means you have to walk 3 steps in the direction the arrow points. You can put aside the correct number of sticks. That way, you won't get confused and you'll be able to just walk where it says. Then, look at the number next to it. Put down the required number of chopsticks again and step in the direction of the corresponding arrow. That's it! Mikola and I were surprised. That counting was so easy. I could not believe it. I looked at the pirate's notes again. Grandpa, I clarified, there are some marks here that aren't in your explanation book. I pointed my finger to the right place. Grandpa laughed. Well done for noticing. That is the pirate's trick. He wants to confuse you. What a cunning pirate, said Mikola, frustrated. I think we are already confused. Not at all, I objected. We are sitting on the bench, not at all confused. If we intertwined our hands and feet, then we'd be confused. However, we are not. That is not what Mikola meant, Grandpa explained. If you do not know the markings, you will never make it out. The pirate thought he was the only one who knew the secret. However, Grandpa started whispering. We looked around to see if the pirate was listening. There was no one nearby. Nevertheless, just in case, we moved closer to Grandpa. But the pirate had no idea that I also know the secret of these marks. We looked at Grandpa in delight. Imagine that! He knew the pirate marks? Maybe he had been a pirate once. Maybe Grandma could tell us about him. Grandpa, will you tell us the secret? Grandpa looked around again. Is anyone around? We looked around the yard again. No one, Grandpa. Just Tosha in his kennel. Is he all right? Tosha will be okay, Grandpa reassured us. He will forget anyway, so I will tell you a secret. We sat down on Grandpa's lap to hear him better, so no one else could overhear him. Look, Grandpa pointed to one of the symbols. This is a plus sign. It looks like a cross. When it is drawn, you need to add the numbers between which it stands. In addition, the horizontal line is a minus. So, when it is there, you must subtract the last digit from the first one. I still did not understand it. What a tricky thing for a pirate to do. However, Grandpa explained it to us on the sticks. Look, Grandpa put a stick from the pirate's box on the table. This is stick 1, and here's another one. If you draw a plus sign between them, Grandpa drew an X with a pencil directly on the table. Then, together, you get 2. Grandpa put the single sticks together. Mikola and I counted the chopsticks, and then checked with Grandpa. We counted the sticks together, and then checked with Grandpa. Grandpa was not mistaken, though I could see he was not peeping into his notes. How do we subtract, Grandpa? I asked about the other symbol. We must take it away, Mikola perked up. And if they do not give back, you have to stomp your foot and knock. No need to knock anyone, Grandpa laughed. Look, we take 1 stick from the number 2. How many do we have left? 2 remain, Grandpa. I counted 1 stick is on the table, and 1 stick is in your hand. 2. Not 1 stick, but 1. My Grandpa corrected me. How much is left on the table? There is 1 on the table, I agreed. Counting had turned out not to be too difficult. Now we add another stick to 1 stick. How much does that turn out as? Let Mikola answer. Plus equals 2, minus equals 1. I wanted to get the correct answer too. Mikola and I exclaimed at the same time. 2 sticks! 2! Grandpa said, that's right. He also said that we were good. Only we should not say 2 sticks, but 2. Therefore, we already know everything needed for pirate maths. All we have to do is remember the names of the numbers as quickly as possible and read the pirate's letter. In addition, Grandpa has to go and fish because they are waiting to be caught. When Grandpa went fishing, I wondered out loud a little. Grandpa's eyesight is curious. Why? Mikola asked. He cannot see letters without his glasses, but he can see numbers well, although they are no more than letters. Mikola and I are a little surprised by the peculiarities of Grandpa's eyes. Nevertheless, we didn't have time to think about it for long. It was necessary for us to read the letter and count everything we needed, even faster, before we forgot how to count. We took the alphabet and started reading the letter. It turned out that while we would look for a letter, we'd forget the previous one, especially as there were several letters. Mikola, I said sensibly, we will not get anywhere this way. I will read the letters and you should memorize them and put them together into a word. Then for the next one we will swap. You will search and I will remember. Mikola replied that this was indeed the best option. The one-legged pirate had no idea that we would get his treasure. It amused us. We laughed a little at the pirate and continued reading the letter. Some of the letters we had already memorized. We did not even need to look up in the alphabet. I remembered the letters star, shark, and the boa, because Mikola had tried to scare me with them in one of his letters. I remembered many, many more. Mikola boasted that he had learnt some letters too, so we just needed to learn some more numbers. We praised each other. We rejoiced at how clever we were and got down to business. The letter read as follows. Pirate letter. To the treasure, you have to walk from Tosh's house to the secret fence hole, 9 steps. Turn right, 1 + 2. Steps left, 5 minus 1 steps. Forward, 4 plus 3 steps. Right, 7 minus 1 steps. Forward, 8. Left, 6 minus 4. Right, 5 plus 2. Straight, 1 plus 4. Left, 2 plus 2 plus 2. And 3 plus 3 plus 3. Jump 3 times. High. Dig shallow. Very big secret. The pirate must have hidden the treasure recently, Mikola guessed. The parrot must have overheard you calling Tosha and told the pirate. Parrots can talk. I agreed with Mikola. That explained everything. We pondered the letter. The pirate was clever. Anyone would get confused. Fortunately for us, he had not expected the letter to fall into the hands of such intelligent kids. I looked at my grandpa's clue note. There was a number next to the word, 9, and many lines. Mikola, I suggested to him, I'll count the lines on the paper and you take the sticks out of the box. When we start walking, we will hide a chopstick in the box with each step until none are left. Then we will stop. Mikola agreed that this was the best way not to get confused. I began to count to 9 while Mikola drew sticks from my count. 1, 2, I counted. Why did you stop counting? I forgot the names of the other numbers because I don't know them, I admitted to my friend. My grandpa gave me an example with the numbers 1 and 2. That is why I remembered them. I don't know the others. That's not a problem, Mikola reassured me. I also remembered the number 9. I don't know how many sticks we'd need to reach it. Somehow, we should put the chopsticks down until we get to the number 9. Mikola, I have it. I will count the familiar numbers and you can put out the sticks. When we run out of numbers, we already know I will repeat them. We will do that until we get the chopsticks to the number 9. What a good idea! Mikola was delighted. I'm sure Grandpa will introduce us to the other numbers later. I counted. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 1. That was the end of the lines for the number 9. Mikola and I managed to get the required number of sticks. That way, we now knew that 9 is a handful of sticks. Such a huge number! Once again, we rejoiced that we were definitely clever children. Mikola stood by Tosha's kennel. Tosha wanted to play with us, but I explained that we were very preoccupied. Then, Tosha sat near us and watched us concentrating. Mikola made a move. 1, he said. At the same time, he gave me 1 stick. 2, we said together. Mikola gave me the stick again. So counting 1 and 2, Mikola and I paced from Tosha's kennel back towards our secret hole in the fence. 9! Mikola exclaimed and stopped. There were no sticks left in his hands. What a huge number! Mikola was delighted with his first success. I'm even tired of walking. There is no time to rest, Mikola. We must search before the one-legged pirate returns for his treasure. We sat down in the place where Mikola had stopped. We unwrapped the letter and began to read the next task. This time I tried to memorize the characters, and Mikola tried to find them in the alphabet. Turn right, 1 plus 2 steps, we read. This is already a challenge. We started counting. How many 1 plus 2 steps? By the number of chopsticks, it came out to a number that Mikola and I had not yet memorized because we did not know it. Let's go. Mikola got up. we have the required number of sticks. No, I objected. I want to read the name of that number. How can you step to an unknown number? We'd travel, and bang! We wouldn't know what number we'd be on. On the other hand, maybe we will get to a completely different one. Mikola was thinking, and then began to help me read the name of the number from my grandpa's explanatory book. The number turned out to have a short title. Such a figure is easy to remember, no matter how much the pirate was trying to confuse us. Easier even than 1, and just as easy as 2. 333! I shouted out the number we had just made up from the letters. 333! Mikola repeated the new, familiar digit to me. Let's say all the familiar numbers in a row now, I suggested. We started counting. 1, 2, 3. I was quiet and Mikola added 9. I objected that 9 is not in a row with the others, so there was no need to name it. Nevertheless, Mikola said it was a familiar number and that he would be offended if we did not mention it. I thought a lot and decided I did not want to offend a familiar figure. In addition, I shouted it out too. 9! We laughed. How do we know which way is to the right? Which way is that? We looked around. There was no clue. There was a fence on one side of us. In addition, on the other side was our garden. I decided that we should go into the garden because there was no way through the fence. However, Mikola disagreed with me. Some boys are like this. We're dealing with a cunning pirate, Mikola explained his misgivings. You can expect anything from a pirate like this. We may have to dig an underground hole under the fence if that proves to be the right direction. I looked at the garden, then at the fence. I did not want to dig under the fence, but I did want to find the treasure as quickly as possible. In addition, this hole may have to be dug for a long time, maybe for a year. Then I remembered other familiar numbers and thought it might take even longer to dig. 2 years, 3, or even 9. You might even grow old while digging. I wondered how old I was before I'd become intelligent and educated. I'd known my age, like a palm without one finger. Mikola has a palm full of years. How old? Mikola, I informed my friend. I can't imagine my future life without knowing my age. What a good thing to say. Mikola looked at me in delight. Then he said he also thought life was a waste if you don't know how old you were. I think he said it very well too. Not as good as me, of course, but not worse. We looked at each other with respect. To make it easier to count, we sat down again. I started putting chopsticks on my fingers. On all but one, the bent one. Then I looked at Mikola's note. It turned out to be one more than the character I knew. 3. I had to leaf through the alphabet to read its name. I found the correct letters and Mikola memorized them one by one. My age turned out to be 4. I now know how old I am. I am 4. I will have to remember that number, Mikola rejoiced, and then suggested, let's take some steps up to your number. I agreed. What girl would refuse to take steps up to the digits of her age? We walked and counted together. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mikola, when we had finished counting my age, said 9. I asked him why he'd said 9 this time. I also explained that it was wrong to add years to girls' ages. Mikola apologized and said that I could add any number to his age. I promised to add 9, too, because it was a number I knew. We began to count to Mikola's age. We put a chopstick on each finger. He, unlike me, did not need to curl one finger. This time Mikola looked for the letters of his digits in the alphabet, and I memorized each letter. We got the number 5. We need to take steps up to your age. Let's go together, Polinka. So, we took the correct number of steps to get up to Mikola's age. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. We were surprised at how many numbers we now knew. Almost all the numbers in the world. The one-legged pirate had probably not expected his letter to fall into the hands of such clever people. Pirate, treasure, I stopped. Mikola, we have lost the first number 9, starting from Tosh's house. Oh, Mikola clutched his head. We forgot all about the treasure. We will have to start all over again. I started to get upset. We both grimaced. Nevertheless, we were not bored for long, because we knew the correct number and could do the steps that matched the number again. We could do it as many times as we wanted now. We were so clever. We went back to Tosh's house. We counted 9 sticks again. This time, I paced and gave Mikola a chopstick with each step. This time, we were smarter. We knew more numbers. Therefore, we counted 5 steps up to Mikola's age. And then there are enough steps to count up to my age. Making steps turned out to be much better this time than the first time. Nevertheless, one difficulty remained. We did not know which way was right. We did not know where to go next. Which hand are you holding the spoon with? Mikola asked. You should hold it in your right hand. I hesitated. I usually hold it with the hand I feel comfortable with. I finally answered. The hand you are comfortable with, side, is not in the letter. There's only right-handed, left-handed, and straight. We did not know what to do next or which way to step. Luckily, someone came to our rescue. Grandma! I shouted in a loud voice. Grandma Larissa, come running to us. Urgently, urgently. What do you have there, Polinka? I heard immediately from the house. Grandma, we cannot leave where we are. We have 9, I explained. Help! Of course, Grandma could not help, but rushed out to help her beloved little treasure. If we were to count the time from when Grandma called out of the house to when she was near us, I'm not sure we would have time to count up to my age. It had been no longer than up to 3, and Grandma was already beside us. Grandma, we asked, teach us which side is right. It is very, very, very important. Moreover, please can you teach us which side left is too? Because we may need that in life too. Yes, on the left is important too. Ugh, Grandma exclaimed. Is this really important? What are you doing, I wonder? Tell me straight away. Has Grandpa started something? What should I be afraid of this time? She asked. Grandma, I stood up for Grandpa. We cannot tell you yet because it is a huge secret, even bigger than the secret hole to Mikola's garden. However, you are in for a surprise if you teach us where right is. Learning right and left is so easy, Grandma surrendered. Put your palm to your heart. Well done. You are comfortable doing it with your right hand. Moreover, your heart is on the left side. How easy! Mikola was surprised. Simple, because I have a genius grandma, I said proudly. Other grandmas, who are not so genius, would spend their whole lives explaining where the left and right is, and still it would be comprehensible. Thank you, Polinka. Grandma liked my compliment. She left, pleased with herself and us. In addition, we were confused. We had to walk on the right, but there was a fence on the other side. Would we have to dig under it until our old age? I was already upset. It seemed like the longer I was upset for, the worse my sadness got. Tears were coming to my eyes. Nevertheless, the tears did not have time to roll because I remembered my mother's wisdom. Sometimes grown-ups have a lot to teach us. Mummy and Daddy, when communicating, sometimes speak completely incomprehensibly. But sometimes they say pearls of wisdom, especially my mummy. One of her pearls of wisdom came to my mind. Mikola, I said in a very grown-up voice. Are we going to stand like this until others find our pirate's treasures? You are a man. Do something. Mikola looked at me carefully. Then he looked at the fence. Then back at me. I was silent. Now, I just had to wait until the man finally did something. My hopes had come true. Mikola shouted loud, and then louder. Grandpa! Helper! He looked at me proudly, and I waited patiently for the cry to end. A good grandpa should respond quickly to his grandchildren's repartee. Mikola's grandpa was very proper. He rushed over almost instantly, though his legs were still bandaged up a little. What? Grandpa Leonid got excited from afar. Polinka again? Oh, trouble. Oh, trouble. I didn't understand why he said that, but I greeted him politely anyway. Where does it hurt, grandson? Grandpa Leonid asked. Is there a lot of blood? Grandpa, Mikola was also surprised at his grandpa's words. I'm not hurt, not even a scratch. Well, not yet. We need your help. Nothing hurts? Grandpa Leonid was surprised. But you are with Polinka. Why did you call me so loudly? We need help. There's no way we can do it without you, Grandpa. It is necessary to say there is absolutely no way, Grandpa Leonid corrected. I could see that he liked being irreplaceable. Still, it was only because my grandpa is on a fishing trip with the fish that were waiting for him. Otherwise, he would have been even better help. Grandpa, we need to make one, Mikola explained the task. And then you will take us over the fence, and on the other side, we will do 2. I do not understand anything. What is 1? What is 2? Grandpa, 1 and 2 are numbers you need to know. It is hard for older people to understand. All you need to do is after we say 1, please carry us over the fence. Grandpa Leonid was surprised at Mikola's words. However, he did not ask anything else. Mikola stepped to the fence and said, 1. Grandpa Leonid picked up his grandson and carried him over the fence. I was glad there was no need to dig an underground hole until my late teens. My mother's wisdom had paid off. Men can do something when the female race wants it. I took a step too and said, 1. Mikola's grandpa carefully carried me to the other side of the fence to Mikola. For some reason, he kept glancing at the box. Nevertheless, our tethered Tosha wagged his tail cheerfully. Mikola and I took 2 more steps away from the fence while counting. 2, 3. Mikola's grandpa wanted to see what we would do next. However, we were unwilling to show him, or rather the pirate's letter. Besides, we realized that Grandpa Leonid could not count at all. He didn't even know what 1 was. Those are the first numbers. The rest are more complicated. I decided that I would help Mikola teach his grandpa to count. Later on, somehow, someday, after we'd found the pirate's treasure. Then I tugged Mikola surreptitiously on his sleeve. He understood everything at once. Grandpa, Mikola said very politely. Thank you very much from Polinka and me. You can go. The next part is just for us. This secret is huge. Grandpa Leonid was surprised again, but went away. He was a good grandpa, even though he didn't know the numbers. We sat down to figure out where we should go next. This pirate was sly. He'd not written a number, but an exercise, so no one would guess. Left, 5 minus 1 steps. It was a good thing that we already knew. If you have a minus, you need to subtract as many sticks as you need. At first, we took 5 sticks. We got the age of Mikula, and when I took 1 chopstick from him, I got my age, 4. We put our palms to our hearts. It was immediately clear which side was on the left. Then we stepped 4 steps in the right direction. We walked all around Mikula's garden, left and right. We even learnt the numbers 6 and 7. Only we did not quite remember their names. Of course, it is hard to memorize so many numbers in one day. Mikula's grandpa hadn't even learnt 2 numbers in his whole life. At the number, forward 8, we stared into the fence again. There were 5 more sticks to go to that number, and another obstacle in front of us. The worst part was that the secret hole in the fence was just around the corner, but there was no way we could follow the numbers and get to it. We could only go forward. Mikula wanted to call his grandpa again, but I had an idea. "Mikula," I said the next clever words in a conspiratorial whisper. "I will run through the secret hole and stand on the other side opposite you. I will count the other 5 steps, and you will join me. Just count loudly with me, because I will not have anyone to give me the sticks, as I will be counting the steps." Mikula said that this was a great idea, and that we could have done that last time, and not called Grandpa. I answered him with adult wisdom. Whatever happened was for the best. That is how we found out that Grandpa Leonid does not know numbers. Therefore, when we found the treasure, we can teach him. I ran through the secret hole in the fence to our garden, put my back to my friend, and measured the number of steps corresponding to Mikula's age. We were careful. We didn't want to miss a single figure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we counted together. I stopped, and Mikula came running towards me through the secret hole. From there, we counted our steps without difficulty. Only once a table got in our way. Mikula wanted to crawl under the table or along it, but I explained that the pirate wrote walk, not crawl. Therefore, we had to stomp across the table to make the required steps. Somewhere in the middle of the table, we had to turn left. 2 plus 2 plus 2. The pirate wanted to confuse us. However, we set aside 3 piles of 2 sticks each on the table, combined them into 1 handful, and bravely turned left. Therefore, we climbed all over the table before we had to jump. Mikula jumped, and I was a little afraid. Mikula stopped in the right place. I, meanwhile, ran off the table with the help of the chairs. Of course, we left our footprints on the table and chairs, but I was sure that my grandma, when she saw the pirate treasure, would not scold us at all. Perhaps she would even praise us. There was one last pirate trick. We arranged 3 piles of 3 sticks, and we needed to make another 3 plus 3 plus 3 steps. We did not combine the sticks into a handful because 3, 1, 2, 3 steps are much faster than all the steps at once with long number names. We passed the first 1, 2, 3, the second 1, 2, 3, and then we stopped. In front of us was Grandma's favourite flower bed. We had to walk the last 3 steps on it. In addition, that was not even the worst part. I had to jump up 3 times and then dig. At least the pirate had promised it would be shallow. We looked at each other. You know when people think of something sad at the same time and then look at each other. That is how Mikola and I looked. Am I the only one who thinks, I asked, that the air smells like beaten arse? Mikola, after my words, glanced fearfully towards the house where my grandma had gone in after teaching us right and left. Tell me, Polinka, asked my best friend, what does your grandma like more, flowers or treasures? The question made me think. Though the answer was clear, surely all grandmothers must love treasures. There's nothing more to do about it, Mikola sighed. We have to step on the flower bed and jump high on it, too. We have no right to leave your grandmother without treasure because of some flowers. We sighed heavily and, for some reason, with our eyes closed, bravely took 3 steps over Grandma's flowers. That is 3, I sighed. We have solved the pirate's riddle. All that is left to do is jump high and dig shallow. Don't worry, Mikola reassured me. With the pirate treasure, we can buy your grandma lots of flower beds. Exactly, I rejoiced. There will also be money left over for lots of good things after we've bought the flower beds. Let us jump together. We held hands for courage and jumped high 3 times as the pirate demanded in his riddle. It was painful to look at the flowers under our feet. Moreover, we had not even started digging yet. I left Mikola as the marker of the right place in the flower bed and rushed out to get the shovel myself. At first, I wanted to take my little shovel, but I would have to run to my grandma to get it. That made me feel a little uncomfortable. I remembered very timely that Grandpa had left his big shovel in the garden, where he had been digging up worms. I dragged it to the flower bed quickly. Mikola took the shovel from me, like a true man, and began to dig a shallow hole where we had been jumping before. We dug as deep as we could, but did not find the cunning one-legged pirate's treasure. Now, Mikola sighed again. There is no turning back. Either we find the treasure in this flower bed, or our battered arses will be in the corner. I involuntarily shuddered. I had never been hit on the arse before, and I really did not want to find out how unpleasant it was, especially when only 1 or 2 movements with a shovel are left to get to the treasure. Dig, Mikola, I exhaled. Dig close to me, around me, and everywhere. We did not have time to dig through the whole flower bed. We did not have time at all. First, Mikola's grandma ran out. Then my grandma ran out, screaming. Then they stood in silence for some time by the flower bed with their mangled flowers. Somehow I felt uncomfortable with their silence. Their eyes were wide open, looking with horror and surprise at Mikola with a shovel in the middle of the disfigured flower bed, and at me with a pirate's paper in my hand. Mikola's grandpa also came running. However, he did not enter the yard. He stood behind the fence, watching from afar for the grandmas, then for Tosha. Houses are intentionally built so that they have corners. Our house is no exception to this sad rule. Mikola and I were standing in one of those corners. At first, our grandmas shouted at us loudly. Eventually, having grown weary, they just shouted. Later, when they'd stopped yelling, they read the pirate letter in silence. We realized that our grandmas could read because now they were not shouting at us, but at the old pirate. We also understood that they knew the pirate who had so unsuccessfully hidden the treasure in the flower bed. I felt a little sorry for the unfortunate man. He would definitely be hit on the arse by our grandmas. Unlike us, his punishment would not be limited to standing in the corner. My grandma made a phone call, however, not to the pirate, as I had expected, but to my grandpa. It was clear from the conversation that Grandpa had not gone fishing, but to do tricks. That is what Grandma said. Your tricks again? I felt annoyed that Grandpa was showing tricks, not to me, but to familiar fish. I quietly promised Mikola that I would make a deal with Grandpa and that he would show us too, of course, after all this noise had died down and had been forgotten about. Mikola seemed to cheer up after my promises. Nevertheless, he still had his hands behind him, covering his arse. I did the same, just in case, although I was well aware that kicking kids in the arse was not the usual method in our family. It turned out that Grandpa was showing tricks to familiar fish somewhere nearby, because he came running fast. Of course, like all men, he made hopeless excuses. However, when my grandma showed him the dug-up flower bed, he looked a little pale. He even said that he felt as if everything was gone. "I do not understand," complained Grandpa. "They should have dug somewhere else." Grandpa took everyone around the garden. When we passed the table, they all saw our footprints on it. "Ah!" shouted Grandpa. "They should not have walked on the table either." Grandpa snatched the pirate letter from Grandma's hand and ran up to Tosh's kennel. 1, 2, he counted, pacing widely along the fence. When Grandpa said 9, Mikola and I looked at each other in surprise. Grandpa was standing opposite the secret vine in the fence. "Grandpa," I became indignant. "The number 9 should not be there at all." Everyone turned towards me. I ran up to Tosh's kennel. "Mikola!" I shouted. "Come here! Together!" Mikola stood beside me. We walked at the same time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We stopped where Grandpa Leonid had carried us over the fence. I looked around. Our grandparents were staring at us in amazement. "Polinka," my grandma asked, "how long have you been able to count?" "A long time," I answered. "Since this morning. Ever since my grandpa found the pirate letter." I cannot imagine how hard it is for men with us women. If we do not understand each other, or, more precisely, girls don't understand girls, then it is completely impossible for men to understand us. Just now, my grandma was yelling at Grandpa, and after my words, for some reason, let a tear out of her eye and said, "Come to me, my darling, I will kiss you." I do not understand such sudden changes in the behavior of our female gender. Perhaps when I'm older. We went on a treasure hunt together. My grandpa measured the right size steps. In addition, Mikola and I counted them. Both grandmas and Grandpa Leonid followed us and admired our progress. Grandpa didn't have to climb the fence or walk across the table. Of course, he did not have to spoil the flower bed either. In the right place, Grandpa poked his finger into the ground. "You have to dig here." "Grandpa," I reminded him, "you have to jump high 3 times. "Oh, I forgot. I will," Grandpa laughed. Grandpa jumped up 3 times. Mikola and I counted, so there were no mistakes. My grandma muttered, "No way!" I went to fetch the shovel, which was still sticking up in the middle of the spoilt flower bed. We surrounded Grandma while she was digging. Everyone was interested to see the true treasures of the one-legged pirate. Grandma continued to dig. In addition, we got in her way a little because we kept looking in the hole. Soon the shovel slammed into something hard. We made another bang with our foreheads, though quieter than the shovel banged against something, and held our breath. In the shallow soil, as the pirate had promised, turned out to be a plank. Mikola and I looked and held hands. Although my grandpa was angry with my grandma, he took the shovel from her hands and dug the final part himself, so that it could be pulled out. Soon we extracted the pirate treasure, in the shape of a wooden box, from the hole. Grandpa cleared the soil off the lid. "Open it," he commanded us. "You have honestly earned this treasure." Mikola and I did not need to be told twice. We rushed rashly to the pirate's goods. It was easy to get the lid off. Inside were true treasures: rubber balls, 2 colouring books, 2 paint sets with brushes, a bag of sweets, and a note from the one-legged pirate with a sword and a parrot. We read it. Much to the delight of our grandparents, the pirate wrote to us, "Polinka and Mikola, well done." The parrot must have told him our names. More and more good things are happening. It is very much like a worldwide injustice, I stated. No less. Mikola was surprised at my words. He was leafing through his colouring book, looking for something else to colour. I was not even leafing through mine anymore. I knew I had coloured all the pictures. What do you mean? Violet is the colour of good, I explained to my friend. We hardly have any coloured paints left. We only used a little violet. Grandpa says that there isn't much good in the world, Mikola agreed. Maybe that is the reason. We looked at each other. It turns out that there is not much good in the world because people like Mikola and me hardly ever use violet paint. I looked around. The trees and grass were green, the house red, the sky blue, and Tosha grey. There was no violet around at all. Just a few flowers in the remnants of Grandma's flower bed. It is not the only good thing in the world, I said sadly. There is none at all in our yard. Mikola also looked around our house. We even left our colouring books. We walked around the yard to find something good and bright. After a long search, Mikola and I became even more grieved. There was not much good and bright. It made us sad. There must be some, I stomped my foot resolutely. Mikola agreed and stomped his foot as well. We went back to the paints. I looked at my paints and at Mikola's and sighed. Mikola had a full box of colours, and I had only used a little violet. I was painting a colourful zebra in a book. Nevertheless, I drew the stripes very well in grey. I sighed. It's the grey colour again. Even in my colouring book, evil wins out. So, what about the yard or the whole world? It was too sad. There was no way I could accept it. Then I realised what had to be done. The world is lucky to have great kids like you and me. Come on, Mikola. Let us make the world a kinder place. You have to start with the most important thing. That is the way to do anything. Even when you eat your dinner, you must eat a cutlet first and then drink the compote. Although you always want it the other way around. The most significant thing in our yard is the house. We started to paint the bricks violet. With every brushstroke, our house became kinder. A bird landed on the path beside us. It looked intently at our work and us, and sang merrily. Look, Mikola, I whispered to my friend. We have only just started and birds are already flocking to the house. Where? Mikola asked very loudly. The bird was frightened and flew away. Mikola only caught a glimpse of it. Nothing, Mikola, I assured him. When the house becomes very good, the birds will not fly away so quickly. The birds inspired us. We were convinced that our hands were doing a good deed. We went some distance away from the house to admire our work. 2 pale violet spots shone on the wall. It's all right, Mikola assured us. The paint will soon dry, and those spots on the brick will be less visible. We do not have enough paint for the whole house, Mikola. Let us make the house kind, with some stains on all sides of it. Mikola looked at the rest of the paint. There was not enough paint for the house, let alone the whole world. However, we were determined. We walked around the house on all sides and made it kinder everywhere with our violet spots. Woof woof! Tosha wagged his tail in a friendly way as we painted the house from the side of the kennel. Grandpa says Tosha is a mean dog, Mikola remembered. Not at all, I became indignant. He is very kind. He only bites thieves. I went over to Tosha and stroked him. The dog rejoiced and licked my face. Tosha was comfortable licking me. His tongue was right in front of my face. Mikula came over to pet Tosha too. "See how good he is?" I laughed when Tosha licked Mikula. Mikula did not argue anymore, but he noticed Tosha is the greyest thing in the whole yard. I had to agree. Mikula was telling the truth. Tosha's fur was grey. It was a mistake. There is no way that such a good dog in our improved, goodness-filled world could stay wrongly grey. "We will quickly fix it." I came up with an idea. "Tosha, even if you are kind, you will become even kinder from now on. My grandpa will be happy." Mikula jumped on the spot. Tosha licked his face again. We went back to the house with our paints and brushes. There was very little violet paint left for Mikula and me. "There is not enough." Mikula was upset. "We will not be able to make Tosha kinder." "No problem," I replied. "We will paint Tosha in parts. Actually, with stripes, like a colourful zebra." "That's a great idea." Mikula was thrilled with my idea. "You are going to have a Tosha zebra living in your yard." "How?" I asked again. "A what?" "A Tosha zebra," Mikula repeated. Tosha and zebra together would be Tosha zebra. Tosha, hearing his name, barked happily and jumped up beside us. Perhaps he realized what a good deed we were going to do for him, and he was thanking us in advance. Making Tosha kind was a difficult task. The dog was naughty. Sometimes Tosha wanted to drink water from the jar in which we dipped brushes. Sometimes Tosha wanted to lick paint. He also wanted to see what we were doing and, at the same time, lick me. Lick Mikula and chew on the paintbrush. There was no way we could draw stripes on him like a colourful zebra. It came out in spots like a flycatcher or a ladybird. "Tosha, do not fuss," I begged the dog. "Otherwise, you will not be a Tosha zebra, but a flycatcher. Would you like to be a mushroom or an insect?" However, Tosha did not listen. He wanted to show us how he was getting kinder with every spot. I had to use some tricks. I stood so that Tosha could lick me. Meanwhile, Mikula drew stripes on him like a zebra. Although he stood still now, his streaks still looked more like speckles. With this fidgety Tosha, we ourselves were covered in paint and speckled, just like the dog. In addition, we were a lot kinder too. Mikula ran out of paint. We swapped places. Tosha licked Mikula, and I made the dog kinder on his sides. Soon I ran out of paint too. "That is enough," I admitted. "We have done everything we can for this world." As of today, everything around us is kinder, brighter, and better. Mikula was also pleased with our improvement to the world. "We should do a test on your grandpa," I suggested. "Let's see how much better things have become. If Tosha does not bite your grandpa, then it's worked. Moreover, if he does, we will have to find some more violet paint." So we ran to Grandpa Leonid. He was surprised to see us covered in violet paint. We told him about Tosha zebra. Grandpa Leonid listened to us very carefully. He asked us if we had made all the walls of his house kind. We told him that we hadn't, but he walked around his house anyway. We had to let Mikula's grandpa know that there was not enough paint to do his house. Grandpa Leonid asked several times if we were sure that we had run out of paint. I could see he was jealous. My grandpa's house was kind now, but his wasn't. "Grandpa Leonid, as soon as we find more violet paint, we will make your house kind too. Do not worry," I assured him. Grandpa Leonid replied strangely that his biggest concern was whether there was still enough violet paint in the world within our reach, or if we had used it all. Mikola and I pondered his words for a while. "Don't worry, Grandpa," Mikola reassured him. "Somewhere in the world, there is bound to be at least a small can of violet paint for your house." I saw Grandpa Leonid get even more worried at his grandson's words. He was probably worried that the little can was too far away. "Grandpa Leonid," I shouted, "let's go to Tosha and check if he bites you or not." For some reason, Mikola's grandpa did not want to go and see if Tosha had become kinder. Nevertheless, he suggested playing hide and seek. He said, "Hide, children, save yourselves." We were surprised. Why should we hide? What should we hide from if we'd done nothing wrong? Grandpa Leonid began to explain to us that there is more evil in the world than we think. Sometimes someone does well, and everything still looks evil. Before we could hear the rest of his advice, my grandpa was shouting from our yard. "What is this?" Mikola and I rushed over to my grandpa to explain. In addition, Mikola's grandpa followed us with a strange cry. "If you say anything, I don't know you. I haven't seen you, and we don't even know each other." Adults often say things we do not understand. We had no time to think about these words because we had already run up to my grandpa. "Oh!" My grandpa was surprised at our appearance. He was standing by the violet spots on the house, the ones we had painted first. Mikola was not wrong. The paint had dried, and the violet was even kinder. It looked pretty on the red brick. We bragged to Grandpa about how good we were, and took him around the house to show him how we had managed to improve the world. Grandpa followed us from wall to wall, and was very surprised at how much paint was in the 2 little circles from our boxes. Tosha Zebra was the one who amazed Grandpa the most. He laughed a lot as he looked at the dog. The very kind Tosha, or rather Tosha Zebra, wagged his tail and barked happily at us. "Not only have you become kinder today, but you will also become taller," said my grandpa when we had laughed enough. Mikola and I wondered if that was possible. Grandpa explained that everything grows in the rain, even good children. In addition, that he was about to make it rain and turn a hose on us. Moreover, that good Tosha will have to get rain on his fur. The house will also have to be watered, so that when we grow up, we can enter it. We were told to wait for growth near Tosha Zebra. Grandpa brought round a hose with a tap at the end. He made it rain water on me and Mikola right on our clothes. On Tosha Zebra, who became Tosha again, and on all the sides of the house. We became taller. It was hard to notice because everything around us became taller with us. Tooth. Early this morning, I needed some advice. At first, I could not decide if I needed female or ordinary human advice. So I eventually decided that it should be from whomever I could manage to wake up. I went to my grandparents' room and crawled into bed with them. I made myself comfortable between them both. "Wake up, Bunny. It is time for nursery." I started with Mummy's tried and trusted method for waking me up. You could also say kitten, but that word would not work today. It only applied to Grandma. However, Bunny could either be Grandma or Grandpa. This method did not work for anyone. Nobody opened his or her eyes. I stayed calm. This method did not always work on me either. Mummy had to wake me up in different ways. It was best to combine them. I moved on to the following. I pulled both of the blankets that Grandpa and Grandma were covering themselves with at once. Whoever opens their eyes first gets candy, I promised loudly. I remembered right away that I did not have any candy left. Therefore, I corrected myself. Maybe, on the other hand, a wrapper from a delicious candy. There's a candy wrapper. I have some wrappers, I promise. Grandpa turned out to be the weak link. He laughed first. Grandma seemed to wake up, although she did not open her eyes. On the other hand, maybe she was smiling in her sleep. Anyway, I'd gone there for advice, and I was going to get it. Grandpa, I rejoiced. How nice that you are awake. I need advice. It's of great importance. Yes. Grandpa pleased me with his answer. It's a good thing that I cannot sleep. Grandma again dreamed something funny, with her eyes still closed. She smiled even more. I need to find out what she was dreaming of and see this funny dream for myself. Grandpa, tell me, honestly, do boys like to be friends with toothless girls or not? I immediately asked my important question. Grandpa was very surprised at my question, and Grandma had an even funnier dream than the last one. She was no longer smiling, but laughing. Her eyes were closed, though. I looked at my grandma carefully. Grandpa, do you know what funny dream Grandma is having right now? I want to see it too. Grandpa looked at Grandma carefully. She must be dreaming that she went fishing, he suggested. Is that a funny dream? I wondered. Yes, it is a funny dream, Grandpa assured me. Grandma went fishing and forgot her fishing rods. Grandma, wake up, I shouted. You forgot your fishing rods. I shook Grandma. Of course, Grandma had to wake up. She opened her eyes and hugged me tightly. Grandpa said he wanted a hug too. The three of us hugged each other. Grandpa, I remembered my question. You did not answer me. It is important. Repeat the question, Polinka, Grandpa asked. Let Grandma hear it too. Before I could repeat it, Grandma was already laughing. She must have remembered her dream about fishing and forgotten fishing rods. Are boys friends with toothless girls? I repeated my significant question. Grandpa thought for a while. I do not think so. I keep waiting for Grandma's teeth to fall out. Then I will stop being friends with her. I got sad at Grandpa's answer. Grandma, I exclaimed. Don't lose your teeth, please. Grandpa will stop being friends with you. Grandma promised me that she would not lose them, and to let Grandpa not even hope. I calmed down. Grandma, I complained, I'm really sad. Mikula is going to stop being friends with me today. Grandma was very surprised. Why will he stop? She asked. I showed Grandma and Grandpa my tooth. Grandpa wanted to touch it, but I would not let him. It will fall out, said Grandpa. Grandpa, do you have any glue to stick it back on so it will not fall out? I asked in a polite, affectionate voice. The older man replied that Grandma had already used all the glue on her teeth and that he had nothing left. Grandma pushed Grandpa to the side. Grandpa is joking. I do not understand. My best friend will stop being friends with me, and Grandpa is making jokes at a difficult time in my life. I decided to be offended. Is Polinka offended? My grandpa asked Grandma. It seems like she is to me. Offended? Granny confirmed. It did seem that way to me. Of course it did. I even puffed out my cheeks to make it easier for them to see that I was angry and hurt. An angry girl does not make friends with the boys, said Grandpa. Who needs that? We boys like cheerful girls, not angry ones. We like them even less than toothless ones. I instantly stopped being offended. Polinka, all children's teeth fall out. Otherwise, the tooth fairy has nothing to bring presents for. If Mikola stops being friends with you, he is a silly boy. Why would you want to be friends with such a boy? My grandma gave me some advice. I wondered, was Grandma telling the truth? I will go right now and find out whether Mikola is smart or stupid. I wished my grandparents peaceful but happy dreams and reminded my grandma not to forget her fishing rods in the next series of dreams. Grandma promised that she would not forget. I snuck into the neighbour's yard through the secret hole in the fence. It was too early to wake up the neighbours. Therefore, I walked under their windows and sang songs loudly. One single song did not wake Mikola. Therefore, I sang a few more, at a higher volume. Finally, Mikola's grandma came out to find out who the singer was in her yard. I explained to her that it was me, Polinka, and not some singer. His grandma was surprised at my answer, because only famous artists can sing songs so loudly. She was also a little surprised when she looked at her watch. After that, she had only one question. How many songs do I know? I boasted that I knew many songs and that I could sing my favourites several times, more than many times of 9. Then Mikola's grandma sighed. I will wake up my favourite grandson. I was left alone in the neighbour's yard, worried. I touched the tooth with my finger. It wobbled even more. I sighed. Just at the beginning of my youth, and such a nuisance. Mikola came out. He looked sleepy. I wanted to be indignant. I had such a big thing going on here, and he was sleeping peacefully. My grandma was right to say that all men are the same, but only my grandpa is special. However, I thought that now was not the time to rebuke. Now a more important decision must be made, and it will be possible to make a man guilty and reproach to his heart's content on another day. Mikola, tell me honestly, are you smart or stupid? I asked in a very polite and friendly voice. Mikola was surprised by the question, but, to my delight, he did not doubt himself for a single moment. Smart, of course, he answered confidently. Yay! I rejoiced. You will be friends with me when my tooth falls out. Are you going to lose a tooth? Mikola clarified. I showed him the tooth and gave it a little wiggle with my finger. Mikola was delighted. It is important, he explained, that the tooth falls out before tonight. Why? So you have time to put it under the pillow for the tooth fairy. If it does not fall out by tonight, there will be nothing to put it in. The tooth fairy will not come, and you will be without a present the following morning. I was worried. What could be worse than being left without a tooth and without a gift? I touched the tooth. The tooth rocked, but not enough. We needed to think about this problem. What do you want to ask the tooth fairy? Mikola asked. Is it possible to ask the tooth fairy for anything? Of course, Mikola was sure of his words. Only small children cannot ask because they cannot write. In addition, we will write a letter of wishes to the tooth fairy. I wondered. My teeth used to fall out, but I never asked the tooth fairy for anything. The tooth fairy used to give me things of her choice, sweets, slippers, a dress, or just a toy. I did not know how to write then, and did not go through the motions. Now, I had the opportunity to get a perfect gift. What should I wish for? Ask the fairy for a yo-yo, Mikola suggested. I already have a yo-yo, I replied. We found it in the pirate's treasure. Have you forgotten? I have not forgotten, but you can never have too many yo-yos. A decent girl only needs one yo-yo. Mikola had nothing to say against the argument. He knew I was a good girl. I did not like all the other offers either. One by one, I turned down the car, the doll, and even, after much hesitation, the lot of sweets. We walked around the garden and could not think of anything. Everything seemed small, weightless, and unworthy of a whole tooth. Suddenly, I stopped. I have it! I've got it, Mikola! I even jumped for joy. Finally, I'd thought of a great gift from the fairy. Mikola stomped impatiently in place, waiting for me to explain my delight. I do not have the patience to wait for you to jump up and down at such a significant moment. I am just glad that I came up with a good gift. Polinka, stop mocking me. Talk to me immediately. Hurry up. I will ask the fairy for a bicycle, a real one, with wheels, with pedals, and even a bell. Mikola looked at me very carefully. He bewitched me. Then put his fingers in his mouth. What are you doing? I was surprised. I want a bike too. What? Mikola took his fingers out of his mouth. I want a bike too. But I have a problem. Not one tooth is loose. Mikola's grief saddened me. I even checked some of the teeth in his mouth with my finger. All were firmly in place. That was so unfortunate. Mikola, I'd thought of a way to console my friend. The tooth fairy is good. You could write her a letter asking for a bicycle beforehand for a future tooth. Even for 2 teeth, I would not regret a good bicycle with pedals, Mikola rejoiced. Let's hurry up and write letters to the tooth fairy. I was about to run away, but Mikola stayed put. It will not work. What won't work? We will not get the bike. Mikola, tell me quickly the bitter, bitter truth. Why? Does the fairy put presents under the pillow? Mikola asked me. Of course, under the pillow, I agreed. But the bike is larger than the pillow. It will not fit. The fairy cannot hide the bike under it. I crouched down on the grass. Such treachery from the tooth fairy I had not expected. Mikola crouched down next to me, bored. We were bored and thinking at the same time about our great woe. We thought and thought, but we came up with nothing. Then we were bored some more and started thinking again. Stronger, smarter. I remembered my pillow. It was a small one. You cannot put a bike under a pillow like that. No way, not at all. Even if I asked Grandpa for a big pillow for one night, it would still be smaller than the bike. Whoa. If you think hard, something is always bound to come up. I jumped up from my seat and started cheering loudly. I have an idea, Mikola! My friend also jumped to his feet. Hurry up and tell me, Polinka. It is simple, Mikola. I began to explain. The tooth fairy has to put a bicycle under the pillow, right? That's sad, but correct, agreed Mikola. But she cannot do it, because our heads are on the pillows. We should leave the pillows in the corner without our heads on them. The fairy will put a bicycle in the corner and the pillow on top of it. I loved the way Mikola looked at me with delight. I should have worn a different, prettier dress or a thief's costume to enhance this delight in me to an even higher level. No one has ever helped the tooth fairy so well, was the only thing my friend could say. Because we are good, clever children, the tooth fairy must give us a bicycle after all that help. Mikola acknowledged that such gratitude from the tooth fairy for our help in giving us gifts would be fair. Dear Tooth Fairy, the pillow is in the corner. The tooth is hidden under the pillow. I don't, take it. This will be convenient to put in the corner bike. From above, put the pillow. Polinka, 4 years old. I read my letter to Mikola. He liked it very much. He said he would finish how old he was and read his letter to me too. I watched my friend draw the letters and did not look at what he was writing. Reading other people's letters is not good, especially if you're about to have them read to you. Mikola's letter also turned out to be great. Good soup, Fairy. I have no twos. The pillow is ready for you. In corner for the bit, I'll give it to you then. I will give 2 teas. I have a lot of teas that are not falling out. Mikola, 5 years old. We both read our letters aloud twice. If people have a talent for writing well, it comes from a young age. One small thing remained. My tooth had not yet fallen out. I had to go to my grandpa for help. I hoped that he did not want to sleep again. I was worried for nothing. I had woken him up well last time. As we approached the house, Grandpa was coming out of it, and we met by chance. Mikola and I let him read our letters to the Tooth Fairy and explained the task. By evening, my tooth must lie under the pillow. Otherwise, the Tooth Fairy might refuse the gift on the pretext that a wobbly tooth does not count. Do you want me to have a bicycle, dear Grandpa? I asked Grandpa, just in case. Grandpa assured me that a bicycle was his most cherished dream for me. I liked his answer. What a good wish my Grandpa had. Grandpa thought for a long time and then said, There are lots of ways to help you. Most of them, in my opinion, are not very good. There are only 2 good ways. One is quick and the other is fun. I immediately agreed to the fun one, but Grandpa did not say anything. I wanted to hear the details. When it came down to my own tooth, I turned out to be very sensible. I even wanted to praise myself. Grandpa, tell me about both of them. The quick way is when you knock on the tooth with a brick. The tooth falls out very quickly. I do not think I am in too big a hurry, Grandpa. There is plenty of time before tonight. Tell me about the fun way. Grandpa replied that it was easier to do the fun way than to tell it. We immediately went to do the fun way of removing a tooth. Grandpa sent Mikola to get a ball and went with me into the kitchen. With Grandma's help, Grandpa tied a loop of floss to the tooth. Then Grandpa gave the tip of the floss to me. I was afraid I might have to pull the floss. I did not think that would be much fun, on the contrary. My Grandpa reassured me. He, too, thought that yanking the thread was not funny and no fun at all. I stopped worrying and patiently waited for it to get funnier. Mikola brought the ball. I was relieved, and Grandma felt only slightly concerned. Grandma is always worried and sighing. Now, she was worried about me and a little bit about the ball in the kitchen. The ball was of particular concern. Grandpa calmed Grandma down. He explained that a sideboard with a glass door and crystal dishes were in the room. Grandma started to worry and sigh even more. She had nothing to say to object to such explanations, although she was not going to give up so easily. She said in a very stern voice that she felt that Grandpa would be in big trouble. Grandpa only laughed. I had to remind him that his beloved granddaughter was suffering. Grandma was ashamed and hugged me. In addition, Grandpa ordered her to sit in the corner and not to disturb the significant but merry business. Hugging is necessary when everything ends well, or maybe when it just ends. I did not have time to think about Grandpa's clarification. He took the tip of the string from my hand and tied it to the doorknob. He put the ball in front of me and ordered me to kick it so the door would open. Grandma started to become indignant and agitated, but Grandpa stopped her. Therefore, she fell silent and just seemed to be agitated. I kicked the ball with my foot. Grandma closed her eyes, but Mikola opened his eyes wide instead. The ball rolled and rolled and rolled to the door, barely hitting it and then rolling back. The door did not open. Grandpa told us very expressively that there are men's things and women's things. It turned out that playing ball is purely a man's thing. Grandpa turned the ball around and ordered my best friend to hit it because I hit it too weakly, and said that Mikola had to show our masculine indispensability. Mikola hit it very hard. The ball hit the wall, flew away, and hit Grandma. Grandma wanted to swear, but Grandpa calmed her down. He explained that it could be better to let the ball hit Grandma just a little than for it to hit a pot of soup or a hot frying pan. Grandpa also promised Grandma that he would give her a chance to remember her youth, to make her feel completely at ease. We began to watch closely and learn, as Grandpa instructed, a great skill that does not get forgotten with the years but only grows. This means of extracting a tooth turned out to be fun. It was more fun than I expected. Grandpa sprawled out as far as the kitchen would allow and kicked the ball. Good shot! The ball slammed hard against the door. The door opened a few times and slammed shut. The ball flew back into the kitchen and appeared to have no intention of stopping. First, he broke the lamp over our heads. Then it banged against the cupboard. And then it bounced off the wardrobe to Grandma. The ball did not stop there. It bounced off Grandma and decided to fly some more. When it reached the red-hot frying pan with the eggs, it seemed like it would stop there. We only had time to gasp at such agility when the ball burst and broke into so many little pieces. Splashes flew all over the walls where the soup was boiling. Cups and other non-iron-looking utensils fell from the shelf to the floor. Mikola and I were delighted. We had never seen a better, more funny way of pulling teeth. Grandma, though she has lived longer than we have, was not expecting such fun. Unlike Mikola and me, she did not jump up and down joyfully for some reason. Grandma got up from her seat in the corner and said nothing. She just looked at the frying pan and the soup pot, with a scrap of ball peeping out of it. The splattered walls, the broken glass from the lamp, and the shards of dishes. "Oh!" I exclaimed. "Look! My tooth is on the floor! It does not hurt at all." I did not even notice my tooth had flown so far away. "Well done!" Grandpa boasted proudly. "I told you!" Suddenly, Grandpa looked at his watch and exclaimed, "Why am I playing with you? I have to go to town. I'm late. I'm late. I am gone." "Do not waste my time. I am in a hurry." Grandpa left for town in a hurry. Grandma told me that before getting married, I should look carefully. Otherwise, things like this could happen to me. I agreed with Grandma that she was lucky, and in response, she looked at me in surprise. I let everyone look at my tooth and the hole in my mouth. I had to use the mirror to look at it myself. After a short discussion, we all concluded that the tooth fairy would be satisfied. Grandma gave me an empty matchbox so the tooth fairy would not lose my tooth. Mikola and I also offered to help clean the kitchen. However, Grandma sent us away, saying that we had helped enough today. Mikola and I went to my room to hide my letter for the tooth fairy. I had to remove all the toys from the corner. I put the letter in the space a matchbox with my tooth on top, and then I covered it with a pillow. Mikola, do you think the bike will fit in the corner? My friend took a few steps around the cushion and looked closely. It will fit, even 2 bikes, if she puts them side by side. I was satisfied. I'd done everything necessary. Now, it was the Tooth Fairy's turn. Consequently, we went to Mikola's to prepare a place for the bike. Mikola is a boy. It is harder for a boy to find space in his room. For some reason, boys do not mind if toys are scattered everywhere. Therefore, we had to do a lot of work. First, we moved the toys under Mikola's bed. But soon, it became clear that the toys would be sad there. We had to go to Mikola's grandpa to ask for a box. He was surprised when he heard that we needed something, not for harm, but the other way around. He even went to make sure that we were putting things in order without doing any damage. We put the box by Mikola's bed. Many toys fit in there. We placed the rest of them near the box. Mikola walked into the corner of the room, from wall to wall, and said there was enough room, so it was clean enough. He put the letter to the Tooth Fairy in the corner and covered it with a cushion. With a sense of accomplishment, we went to Mikola's kitchen for dinner. My grandma was not having much of a meal today. Grandpa was very busy in town until the evening. He came back with a bouquet. He questioned me for a long time about my grandma's mood and whether she had been cursing for a long time after his hasty departure. I reassured my grandpa. I told him how Grandma had taught me how to choose a husband and that she had advised me to choose a good one like him. Grandpa was pleasantly surprised. He sighed and informed me that he was going to surrender. I was surprised and asked him if Grandma was going to take him prisoner. The old man waved his hand and said strangely, "Even worse." I wanted to go with Grandpa, but he said it was dangerous. Fortunately, nothing happened to Grandpa. He even tucked me into bed to get my strength back. I remembered that he had not seen my tooth yet. I had to go to the corner and pull it out from under the pillow. Grandpa was very surprised by the cushion in the corner. But he liked the tooth in the matchbox. He said it was an amazingly pretty tooth, one that a tooth fairy must dream of having. I was pleased that my grandpa was a good judge of fallen teeth. "Today I will gain strength with one eye," I boasted. Grandpa wondered again why I had such a clever idea. "You are already an adult, and you have seen her, but I've never seen her before." Grandpa warned that if both eyes don't sleep, the fairy does not come. It turns out that he has not seen her either. If you do not sleep, she will not come. It is good that I talked about the significant matter with my grandpa. Otherwise, I might not have got a bicycle. I had to gain strength with both my eyes and not peep. That night, I had all kinds of beautiful dreams. In one of them, someone tripped and said, "Oh, bother." I thought there was no way that I was dreaming. Stumbling in my dreams is possible, but bother, they never say that. I cautiously opened one eye, just a little. What I saw struck me. My grandpa was crouching in the corner. I thought that because he hadn't met the Tooth Fairy as a child. He was hiding himself to look at her. It turned out I was mistaken, because Grandpa rubbed his leg and left the room quietly. I cautiously opened my other eye. My pillow was in the corner, and a big box was underneath it. I laughed and went back to sleep to regain my strength. If the little ones do not know, I will tell them a big secret. Our grandpas not only work for Father Christmas, they also help the Tooth Fairy, because there are many children, and each child has many teeth to fall out. There is no way for the fairies to cope without the help of grandparents. In the morning, I found a bicycle with a steering wheel, a bell, and even pedals in the box under my pillow. Cycling adventures. The Tooth Fairy believed Mikula. He got a bicycle in return for 2 teeth that would fall out in the future. I had a very nice green one with 2 big wheels and 2 small ones on either side at the back. You could ride one of those until you were old and never fall over. Mikula's bike was red, like a fire engine, a boy's colour. I think my green is much prettier. The first thing the owner of a new bike has to do is ring the bell. Mikula assured me that his bicycle bell was louder than mine was. It has been a long time since I have come across a man who gets it so wrong. Of course, with my love for justice, I disagreed with him. We argued for a while, and then got smarter. We decided it was better to ride than argue. Therefore, we started riding. We rode repeatedly. Then we rode again. We rode again without one arm, or even without both hands. Such riding prowess we had. We also called our grandparents. They admired how skillful we were on our bikes. They cheered loudly for us and expressed their delight with loud applause. We let the grandparents take turns ringing our bells. It is good to ride with 4 wheels. You never fall over. My grandpa said that this way we will never learn how to ride like an adult on 2 wheels. Therefore, he took a small wheel off one side of my bike. I liked it. Now, riding on 1 wheel made me more mature than Mikula. If my bike wanted to fall on its side without an extra wheel, I had to put a foot on it. In addition, I could stop and not fall over. My grandma, on the other hand, did not like the fact that I was growing up so fast. She promised Grandpa to remind me of yesterday and add to today's if I got scrapes and bruises. Grandpa hesitated, but not for long. He explained that a child must have 1,000 scratches and more bruises. Otherwise, her childhood would be wasted. Mikula heard my grandpa's words and demanded that his wheel be unscrewed also. My grandpa looked at his grandpa. Mikula's grandpa nodded uncertainly and retreated a few steps away from his wife. In addition, Mikula's grandma shook her head and stepped closer to mine. My grandpa unscrewed 1 wheel from my friend's bicycle. Therefore, I was younger than Mikula was again because he was a year older. And because of the unscrewed wheels, we were now the same age. Our grandmothers stood next to each other and put their hands on their hips. I asked my grandpa how many 1,000 scratches was because after he'd said it, I wondered if my childhood had been wasted. It turned out to be a lot. More than the number 9. So much more. So much more. I felt like my childhood had been wasted. I thought very seriously about this important question. So seriously that I almost fell over. "Grandpa," I called, "please unscrew the last little wheel and teach me to ride like an adult. I am not afraid of scratches. Let me get them if I need them so that my childhood is not wasted." The grandmothers objected together loudly. My grandma looked at my grandpa very angrily. Grandpa looked at me and asked if I had thought about it. I thought about it more and then replied that I had. I always do a great job of thinking. Grandpa ordered Grandma to get a plaster and green antiseptic. Grandma went where she was ordered, but warned Grandpa that he would be going without lunch. Grandpa sighed, but agreed to such a sad loss for the sake of my childhood, to make it real. I promised Grandpa that I would share my well-spoilt porridge, cutlet, and even compote. Grandpa unscrewed the wheel and hugged me. He also added that I was a child who not only thought well, but who was also responsive. Mikola is a repetitive fly. He has not yet learned to ride 3 wheels as well as I have, but he also demanded to ride like a grown-up. His grandma said that my grandpa should be left not only without lunch, but also without dinner. My grandpa did not agree to stay without dinner. He told Mikola that he had his own grandpa and that his grandpa had not been deprived of lunch yet. Mikola's grandpa did not want to be left without dinner, so he refused to unscrew the wheels. Mikola assured him that he intended to yell loudly and even cry. Grandpa Leonid gave in. Mikola's grandma also went to get plasters and green antiseptic. The grandpas explained that learning to ride with just 2 wheels was best done from a small hill as far away from the grandmas as possible. To our great joy, there was a hill not far away with a slope to suit our purpose. We had to carry the bikes up it by hand as, riding up on 2 wheels, Mikola and I kept falling and experiencing premature scratches. On the hill, the grandpas explained how to learn to ride maturely, that we should push off from the top of the slope with our feet and keep them spread apart, not on the pedals. If we should fall, we can always change our minds and put our foot down on the right side. When you ride downhill, the bike rides itself. You do not need to move the pedals, so your legs are free to prevent a fall. My grandpa also said that if we do it right, there will be no scratching. I rode down the hill using my grandpa's method. I had to ponder the contradiction. Would a safe ride interfere with my not-so-well-spent childhood, with no less than 1,000 scrapes and bruises? I thought so hard about this important question, and I forgot to put my foot down when I felt the urge to fall. I did not even notice when I started falling. Grandpa got worried when I fell. I was not worried at all when I fell. I fell and did not even have time to worry. We decided what to do. Grandpa dabbed my scratches and blew on them, and Mikola counted how many scratches had made my childhood happier. It turned out that my childhood had changed by as many as 7 scratches. I bragged about it to Mikola, although I know that bragging is not entirely a good thing. Mikola replied that he was less able to ride as an adult than I was, so he would get even more scratches than I had. His grandpa looked at mine angrily. After that, he did not let his grandson ride down the hill for a long time and tried to dissuade his grandson from making his childhood right. While Mikola's grandpa told his grandson not to grow up too fast, I was lucky to drive down the hill twice. Grandpa said I was doing well and praised me with good words. It turned out that a clever girl like me was already allowed to pedal at the end of the slope when I reached flat ground. I stopped being good on the flat. I fell a bit again. Most of the new scratches had formed in the previous places. Grandpa reassured me that they also belonged to that 1,000. Mikola was determined to pedal at the end of the slope too. Grandpa asked me to wait for him at the bottom. Mikola managed to roll down the slope fast. He only touched the road with his feet 5 times when he wanted to fall and changed his mind. At the end of the slope, my friend pedaled resolutely. "Quickly, quickly!" My grandpa managed to pick me up and run away. In addition, Mikola's grandpa didn't move, and Mikola crashed into him hard. Now I counted my friend's scratches. Only 2 on his knees and 1 on his elbow. Mikola was unlucky in his childhood. Nevertheless, his grandpa had much more scratches, and this was not taking into account the bruises from the bicycle. My grandpa told Mikola not to get cocky. Those scratches would not count towards his childhood. If he did not get the right number of scratches in time, he might not even be able to make up for it. Mikola's grandpa is doing well. Mikola and I were allowed to play doctor. We smeared antiseptic on his scratches, and I additionally artistically painted the scratches with flowers. Mikola liked the daisy on his grandpa's knee. He drew a tank on the second one. He also painted a plane on his elbow, after which the scratches ended. We examined Mikola's grandpa closely. There were still some bruises from the bite, but he said that they did not need to be smeared. We had fun, although we did not catch up with any more grandpas. They got too cautious and nimble. However, I did manage to get a scratch on one more spot. Moreover, Mikola crashed so well that he caught up with me in the number of scratches on the way to a happy childhood. I drew a flower on his knee, but Mikola asked me to turn it into a car, because he is a boy, and the flower is girly. I could not paint a car, though I tried with all my skill. I ran out of antiseptic while I was inspired by drawing. However, Mikola was still pleased with the painting. In his opinion, I'd painted a fat submarine. I rolled down the hill again. At the bottom of the hill, I pedalled faster and faster. I went along for a bit, and I did not fall down. I was not scared of falling at all. I did not even feel like falling. Then I biked even faster forward and did not fall down. I was not even slowing. I was not struggling. I was flying faster than the wind. "Mikola!" I shouted. "I'm coming! Catch up!" I did not know how to make a U-turn on 2 wheels. I could do it on 4 or 3, but I had no time to learn how to do it on 2. Therefore, I drove straight on. However, I pedalled faster and faster. This time, Mikola also decided not to fall, but to learn to ride a bicycle. My friend pedalled so fast that he overtook the wind and caught up with me. We flew on our bicycles side by side and yelled at each other. Our grandpas ran after us and shouted something too. Nevertheless, how could the grandpas keep up with us? I could not understand why they were shouting, so I shouted louder than they were. In addition, Mikola shouted with joy at our incredible success. He was shouting very loudly. It was so much fun. I wanted to go faster than Mikola. Therefore, I pushed the pedals harder. Our grandpas were doing great. They had almost caught up with us, especially because they were older and did not have bikes. I wanted to praise how athletic they were. However, I saw that the road ahead turned sideways. Mikola and I were riding expertly, apart from the turns. That is why we kept riding straight ahead into the bush. The grandpas ran even faster and almost caught up with us. Then I can't even explain why I did it, started pedaling even faster. I flew into the bushes first, and Mikola was right behind me. Only then the grandpas fell on us from above. They did not catch up with us in time. They dragged us out of the bushes together with our bicycles. We gripped the handles and did not want to let them go for anything. The grandpas counted our legs and arms. It turned out that nothing was lost. Mikola and I counted too. We counted our grandpa's arms and legs. They had 2 hands and 2 legs. It was such a pleasant coincidence. Then we counted our scratches and bruises to see who had more childhood. I had a better childhood than Mikola, with 2 more scratches. However, Grandpa Leonid beat my grandpa in the number of scratches and bruises. Although my grandpa had more scratches on his face, Mikola's grandpa had many more scratches on his hands and knees. "Grandpa, let us ride down the hill and you will fall more safely," I suggested. "We must win." My grandpa replied that I beat Mikola in the number of scratches. So 2 grandpa win among grandpas. It would be fair and comradely, and no one would be annoyed. We agreed Grandpa's scratches are not worth testing our friendship over. Antiseptic, cotton wool and plasters were left on the top of the hill. We played doctors there, with our hearts content. I treated Grandpa, and he treated me. Grandpa's flower on my elbow turned out worse than the flowers I drew on his forehead and cheeks. I did not say anything to him about it, though I didn't want him to be upset with his granddaughter draws flowers better than he does at her young age. Mikola drew a kind little sun on his grandpa's chin with the green antiseptic, and he drew cars on the other scratched areas. It turned out that the bikes were already tired. They had travelled too much on the first day and needed to rest. Therefore, we carried our tired bicycles home in our hands. They were riding to the side of us, and we were holding the handlebars. Only occasionally did the bicycles jingle their bells. The sound of the bells did not make the bicycles tired. Near the house, the grandpas looked at us carefully. Then they looked at each other and decided that they had no appetite, not just for lunch, but also for dinner. My grandpa also had a strange grown-up thing. Tell your grandmas that you have not seen us. Mikola and I were surprised. We'd seen them all along, including when we got so scratched together while riding the bikes. The grandpas did not explain anything. They made sure we entered the yard and then went, as they put it, to hide safely. I wanted to play with them, but it turned out to be adult hide-and-seek. They needed to hide from our grandmas, but we, on the other hand, did not need to. We should go home and let the grandmas rejoice in our unrequited childhood. We obediently went to make the grandmas happy. When the grandmas saw us, they immediately ran out, looking for our grandpas. Of course, they did not see them. Our grandpas are real champions at hiding from grandmas. Unripe green antiseptic. All evening, Grandma said, "Oh," and smeared green antiseptic on my scratches. "Grandma, why is it green and iodine is yellow?" I started to wonder. Grandma left the corked bottle on the table while she bent over my next scratch. "Iodine is ripe, but green antiseptic isn't yet," she replied. I wondered, if the green antiseptic is not ripe yet, why does it sting so much? Grandma has to blow on my scratches every time. They scold me when I try to eat something unripe. A cherry, an apricot, or an apple. But they smear me with unripe green antiseptic themselves. How is unripe green antiseptic different from an unripe apricot? I thought a little more. It was more and more interesting to think about ripe iodine and unripe green antiseptic. Grandma bent down again to blow on my scratch. Without research, it was impossible to find out the truth that the adults were hiding from me. I sipped a bit. Zelenka turned out to be completely immature. So tasteless. Unripe apricots are much tastier. I coughed involuntarily and spat out what I had swallowed. A little got on my grandma's hair, but mostly on my chin and clothes. Grandmother jumped up very high in surprise. My hand, with a jar of green antiseptic, hit her. The uncorked bottle fell on Grandma and made her even greener. "Dear Grandma, can you blow on your skin, or does your skin not sting without scratching?" I asked. Grandma did not answer. She only behaved strangely. She rushed around the room. She said something incomprehensible, sighed, and looked at me like she was very, very frightened. This look made me feel a little creepy. I stopped thinking about the unripe green antiseptic and thought maybe I should cry just in case. "Run, you old devil!" Grandma shouted, through the open window. Here it is. I was very curious. Who is the old devil? And what is here? Therefore, I turned away and did not cry. Instead of shedding tears, I looked around the room, but did not see anything. Quick steps were heard from the corridor. I stared at the door. I was interested to see the devil. I still have not seen either an old or a young devil. Instead of the devil, Grandpa came running in. I looked towards the door for a while, but the devil did not appear. It is a pity. I did not have time to cry because of this. Now it was too late. Grandpa looked first at Grandma, then at me, then back at Grandma. Why did you put green antiseptic in the baby's mouth? Grandpa asked in a polite voice. And why did you decide to dye your hair green? I did not have time to tell him about the unripe green antiseptic because Grandma started sighing, and saying incomprehensible things again. Grandpa did not understand a word of those things. He just looked at my grandma and then at me. He looked at Grandma carefully, especially at her hair. And when he looked at me, he laughed. What to do? Grandmother's words beside the oohs became understandable. What to do, what to do? Grandpa boldly mocked Grandma. We must run away. Where to run? Grandma asked. I was curious about where to run. I even got down from my chair to be the first to run. However, Grandpa laughed again, irresponsibly. Not where, but for what? You need to run for the camera. Pictures like that can't go to waste. Grandma swung a rag at Grandpa, and Grandpa ran away. I did not know where the camera was, so I did not run for it. Instead, I sat down again on the chair. Not like before, but beautifully, artistically, because when you take a picture, you have to be irresistible. Grandma, I said, sit down next to me nicely. Grandpa will come to take a photo, and everything will already look artistic. Grandma stopped moaning. First she laughed, and then she hugged me. That is how Grandpa took our picture. Artistically. It also turned out that I have a magic smile when my lips are green. Camping. The day after I learned to ride my bike, Mummy called. She asked Grandma how I was feeling. Grandma looked at the large number of scrapes I had, covered in green. Then looked at Grandpa, also stained with green, and answered honestly that her daughter, Polinka, was feeling very well. In addition, Mummy said that she missed her and was going to come over. Grandma looked at Grandpa again with an angry look. Then, with a sympathetic look at the scratches all over my face, replied that there was no way she could come now. I could hear that Mummy was very surprised. Grandma could not think of any reason why my Mummy could not come now, but Grandpa told her, Camping! Tell her we're going camping. We will not be home. Grandma obediently repeated the word camping into the phone and then looked at Grandpa angrily. I thought Grandma regretted saying the word. I was very excited and even jumped for joy. Of course, I missed my Mummy and Daddy, but camping is exciting. It is worth missing them even more. I have not been camping before. I've seen on TV how others go. You have to carry weights, and there will be crocodiles attacking. I will also get into trouble, and Mikola will rescue me. After camping, I would have to marry him. Of course, it seemed a little early for me to get married, but If I could not go camping without it, then what could I do? I will marry Mikola if that is my fate. He is my friend, after all. I ran to tell Mikola that we were taking him camping. Mikola also rejoiced with a very high jump. Mikola, will you protect me from the crocodiles? My friend replied that he would take his best bow and arrows. I said that I had a bow and arrow. It became clear that we could handle the crocodiles. Mikola's grandma said that there was no way she would let her beloved grandson go with these demons. Mikola's grandpa explained that all men should go camping. In addition, Mikola's grandma replied that these men would not go anywhere without her. Grandpa Leonid sighed in response and hardly minded. Women will do anything, he said, to spoil a good thing for men. Mikola's grandma slightly showed him Mikola's face, hands, and feet in green. Grandpa Leonid sighed again and replied that it was even more interesting to go with families than just with men. I went back to our house for weapons. I told my grandma, in between the important things, that Mikola's grandma and grandpa had already started packing for the camping trip. My grandma was surprised for some reason. She ordered my grandpa to watch the pots on the cooker and ran to the neighbor's house to discuss a plan to fight the unclean force. I wanted to know more about evil spirits. I was already aware of the crocodiles and various other dangers. Against them, I had a bow and an arrow, and Mikola. I did not know what to take against the evil spirits. Grandpa only laughed. He replied that humanity had been fighting against evil forces for centuries, but had not invented a reliable remedy. We will, Grandpa said, act according to the circumstances. I called out to Mikola to practice archery before the trip. What if we needed to aim at crocodiles and other dangers? Not just me, but him. If you believe the films and cartoons, I must seek out and hit the dangers to scare them convincingly and loudly. In addition, Mikola has to save me. Otherwise, why would I marry him if I can kill the crocodiles and danger? I said nothing of this to Mikola. I wanted to shoot a little too. We did not shoot a little, but a lot. We found that when we shot at close range, we are particularly good at marksmanship. Mikola concluded that we were good enough. Therefore, we decided to take a break and look at the preparations for the hike. The grandpas were checking out the inflammable boat and fishing rods. It turned out that we did not disturb them at all. Well, hardly at all, especially when we had a lot of questions or touched various important things with our hands. Unfortunately, the grandpas suddenly had a weighty errand for us, and we had to leave them. Run to the grandmas, said my grandpa. Tell them not to take anything else except a few potatoes and a handful of grits. We will make a soup out of the fish we catch. Grandpa, will you let me catch the biggest fish? Grandpa promised to let Mikola and I catch the biggest fish we could. The arrangement, in my opinion, was a fair one. We rushed to deliver an urgent message to the grandmas. Grandmas! We managed to please them both at the same time. The grandpas ordered us not to take any groceries. They are preparing fishing rods for Mikola and me. We are going to catch a whale. A whale? The grandmas were surprised. Of course, a whale, I confirmed. The grandpas permitted us to catch the biggest fish there is. Oh, we're going to be hungry. We will not. Mikola and I will catch 2 whales. He will get one and I will get one. You can just take the soup pan. The grandmas promised not to forget the whale soup pan. I brought the alphabet out, and we unrolled it on the letter W. There was a great whale and a weasel. This whale is bigger than a weasel. Mikula compared the two drawings. 2 whales would be enough to make a lot of soup. I thought the weasel and the whale were similar sizes. However, I acted wisely and did not argue over such trifles. Weasels and whales are different. Some whales are smaller than weasels, and some are bigger. We would only catch the big ones. Preparations for the trip continued into the evening. Mikula and I got tired of not disturbing our grandparents. Fortunately, everyone decided to gain strength earlier than usual, because you should go camping early in the morning. There are other inconveniences in camping, apart from the need to get up early. You have to carry weights. The grandpas carried an inflatable boat and a tent. The grandmas carried the groceries they were allowed to take by the grandpas, my dolls, and some much-needed toys of Mikula. Even Mikula and I carried heavy things, our bows and arrows. Mikula also had a ball like a real boy. We were persuaded not to take our bicycles on the hike. We are good kids, and we understood that grandparents have a hard time already without us arguing. We walked for a long time, and then for some more, until we came to the river. The grandmas and I liked the beach, but the grandpas had an objection. This place was not wild enough. Our grandmas and my feet sighed, but we remained silent. We went looking for a wild place, so that it would be wild enough. Again, we walked for a long time, and then for some more. I asked Grandpa if he wanted to carry my weapons. It turned out that Grandpa wanted to. I made my Grandpa happy by letting him wear my bows and arrows a little. Grandpa was also glad when Mikula gave his ball, bow and arrows to carry. We walked, hungry and tired. We came across another beach. Beloved Grandpa, does it also seem to you that this is the wildest place in the world, with enough sufficiency? I asked. We all started looking at Grandpa. The grandpas looked at each other. Grandpa Leonid whispered to mine that he knew so. I was glad he agreed with me. My grandpa sighed in my grandma's usual way and accepted that the place was wild enough. We all got very excited, and then everyone went about his or her duties. Our grandpas made a fire. Then my grandpa started to inflate the boat, and Mikula's grandpa set up the tent. Mikula and I rearmed ourselves. There was no time to rest. We had to look for crocodiles and dangers. I decided to catch whales later. First, I had to find adventures and dangers, so that Mikula could save me from something. There were not any crocodiles on the shore, although we carefully searched with the so-called dangers. We were also somehow unlucky. However, we found frogs. They were green in the alphabet, but here they were brown with speckles. They are mud frogs, Mikula determined. They've come to the river to wash. Look, my friend. I pointed my finger at the green frog. This one has already washed up. We started helping the frogs wash up. Unfortunately, we did not catch any because they were jumping too much. Nevertheless, we got them all into the river. We were happy that we had helped nature. The frogs would wash in the water and become clean and green, like in the alphabet. We wanted to help them swim away to the depths, but our grandmas told us to play on the shore. Children are not allowed to wash frogs in the water without adults. I looked around. The grandmas were peeling potatoes. Water was boiling in the cauldron over the fire. Mikula's grandpa was fiddling with the tent and was greatly surprised by the number of extra pegs. My grandpa was still inflating the boat. Mikula and I rushed to help him, but we were told to leave because we approached from the wrong side and almost stepped on the fishing rods. The grandmas did not need our help. They had already thrown the potatoes into the cauldron. Grandpa Leonid, even from afar, refused to help. In his opinion, it would be better help if we played on the shore, away from the water and closer to the adults. After not a very long deliberation, we decided to be good camping kids. If we needed to play to help the adults, we would play. It just remained for us to decide what to play. The bikes had been left to rest at home. Crocodiles and dangers had not yet appeared on our shore. We started to play ball. Mikula drew 2 lines with his foot. "These are the posts," he explained, and then added smugly, "I'll score goals for you." I stood in goal and explained to my friend that he would never be able to score for me. When my tooth was wobbly, he could not even hit the door. Mikula tried to justify himself by saying that there was nowhere to run around in our kitchen. I simply replied, "Ha ha." Mikula ran quickly towards me. He raced, and then he kicked the ball. I was frightened, just a little, almost not at all. I just closed my eyes and sat down. Mikula did not hit me. "Goal!" Mikula shouted. Then he said much more quietly, "Oh." I opened my eyes and looked back. The ball flew into the fire. My grandpa rushed to save the ball, but very loudly stepped on his fishing rods and immediately did not want to help. He looked down at his feet and started talking about all sorts of things. We did not have time to understand what Grandpa was talking about. The ball in the fire burst. The 3-legged cauldron collapsed on the sand, and the water and potatoes spurted out of it. Perfect sparks flew from the fire to the sides, especially the uppermost ones. A few artistic sparks flew towards Grandpa's boat, but most sprinkled towards the tent. We heard Grandpa Leonid inside swearing that, as always, there were not enough pegs. The boat burst louder than the ball, even louder than my grandpa's stories. Perhaps just a little quieter than when my grandma sighs when she needs to. I, like Mikula, said ouch. Our grandmas said ouch too, only louder. My grandma rushed to save the falling kettle. The rods crunched under her feet too. Grandpa stepped on them in the middle, and Grandma stepped on the very tips. My grandpa, instead of "oh," said that earlier women were sent to be eaten by predatory animals for lesser crimes. Mikula and I ran to the meadows with arrows to protect my grandma from the wild beasts on this rather wild shore. My grandma, even unarmed, was not afraid of the beasts of prey or my grandpa. She politely, at high volume, told my grandpa where to leave his fishing rods. My grandpa did not have time to object. Mikula's grandma yelled. We looked in the direction where she was shouting so loudly. The tent where Mikula's grandpa could not find enough stakes had caught fire. The funniest thing began. Grandpa Leonid ran out of the tent and plunged into the river in his clothes. I wanted to ask the urgent question of whether I could also hang out in the water without undressing, but realized that it was not that important and that it was a bit untimely to ask anything at all now. There is a time when you can ask as much as you want, and there is a time when it is better not to. It was such an hour of my life right now. My grandma was running from the river to the tent with a mug, trying to put out the fire with water. Mikula's grandma was running from the river to the tent with a plate. Mikula and I had nothing fireproof. We poured water into the palms of our hands, but the water quickly escaped through our fingers. I think we put out less flames than my grandma did. Only my grandpa was not watering. He was pulling stakes out around the tent. We found out that Mikula's grandpa had somehow hammered them in wrong. My grandpa said, "Who drives pegs in like that?" Then he said different words with separate letters. "Who's pegging like that?" Grandpa said several times, and the words and letters after that utterance were different, more varied. I stopped watering it down. I wanted to see the wrong pegs, but I did not have time. Grandpa pulled the flaming tent out and dragged it after him into the river to Grandpa Leonid. It was only there that the tent stopped burning. It was much easier for us to return home. The grandmas went almost empty-handed, without food, and carried only our weapons. The grandpas also had it much easier. They did not need to carry the tent, the boat, and the fishing rods. Instead, they brought us their favorite treasures, because our legs were stiff from such a great hike on an empty stomach. I thought it was an interesting hike. I was a little sorry it ended so quickly. I was terribly hungry, and Mikula and I never got to catch 2 whales. In addition, it is a pity that we did not see any crocodiles and all sorts of dangers. Mikula did not save me from anything. It means I will not have to marry him anytime soon. Mummy has arrived. Mummy has arrived. It was as if she had a feeling we would be back from our camping trip very soon. I ran towards her screaming, "Mummy! Mummy!" I also bragged, "Mummy, look how many scratches I've got. I've grown up." Grandpa ran beside me to Mummy at first. However, he did not make it because he suddenly remembered that he had many big things to do on the roof and climbed the ladder to the top of the house. I could see that his great business was to do nothing. He climbed up without any tools. He just sat on the roof and watched us. "Grandpa!" I shouted. "Do you want me to help you?" Grandpa did not have time to answer because Mum rushed in for a hug. In a very excited voice, Mummy asked me why I was all scratched up. I explained that such is the fate of a thief who only recently learnt how to do many wrong and harmful things and does not want her childhood to be in vain. Mummy was surprised at my answer and looked sternly at Grandpa. "Polinka!" shouted Grandpa from the roof. "Tell Mummy how you can count." I did not have time to brag about my achievements because Mummy asked why my mouth and chin were green. "Polinka!" Grandpa shouted from the roof again. "Tell Mummy what letters you know." "You learned all the letters and more." Again, I did not have time to tell her about the familiar letters because Mummy started asking Grandpa to get off the roof very loudly. However, he replied that he would not get off until he had done everything that needed to be done. "Grandpa," I got worried. "Won't you ever come down?" "Why wouldn't I, Polinka?" "Because it is impossible to finish something when there is nothing to do." Grandpa complimented me and said I was a clever girl. In addition, Mummy said to get off the roof, otherwise she would count to 5. I wondered how counting would help Grandpa get off. Therefore, I decided to help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. "Grandpa, get off. I already counted." "Daughter?" Mummy was surprised. "Can you count up to 5?" No, I protested. No, shouted Grandpa from the roof. You just counted. Grandpa, have you forgotten that I cannot count to 5, but much further to 9? I explained. I'm so happy, Grandpa praised me. In addition, Mommy admired how good and smart I was. I always like to be praised. Moreover, to keep the adults talking, I added. And I know all the letters. I even wrote 2 letters to Mikula and 1 to the Tooth Fairy. No way! Mummy was surprised. Tell her more about the letters, Grandpa shouted from the roof. I told Mummy about the letters star, whale, and boa constrictor. I did not have time to tell her about the others because she rushed to hug me again, even harder than the last time. I like hugging, so I started hugging hard too, and I decided to tell her about the other letters on a better occasion. It is better to be praised and hugged 2 more times than to be complimented and hugged once for all the letters. I will save some of my achievements for later. Polinka has also learnt to ride a bicycle. Grandpa continued to be proud of me. Tell her, Polinka, how well you ride. I know how to ride down a hill if I'm not turning. In addition, I know how to spoil porridge. To spoil porridge? Mummy asked. Grandpa had started to get down, but changed his mind and decided to stay on the roof. Yes, Mummy. You have no idea how much porridge my grandpa and I messed up. Grandpa is so good. Grandpa, after my praise, climbed back on top of the roof to do nothing. Mummy laughed and said that Grandpa hadn't changed a bit since her childhood. I had a suspicion that Grandpa, in his time, got less than 1,000 scrapes and bruises. Grandpa and Mummy laughed at my conclusion. Grandpa got off, and the 3 of us hugged. Then, Grandma came over. Mummy was a little surprised by the green colour of her hair, but not really. I guess she thought it was fashionable now. We started hugging. 3 + 1 = 4. Such a big hug we had. You have been listening to an Audible Studios production of Polinka, written by Vitaly Sepeka, narrated by Zara Bew, English translation by Kings of Translation, directed by Alison Holder, casting by Anna Zidzik for PRL Studios. Music composition by Nikita Moiseo. The production was recorded at Audible Studios. For Audible, the executive producer was Alice Hewer and the commissioning editor was Harry Scoble. Copyright 2020 by Vivat Publications, LLC. Production copyright 2023 by Audible Limited. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Limited.